Okay, good evening, troopers. Commander on deck. Welcome, welcome. Hope everybody is having a good Saturday. God, keep forgetting what day I do these things. But yeah, it's the end of the week, guys. Finally, we're here. Hectic, kind of a hectic week with Thanksgiving and everything, but we got through it. Looking forward to unwind. Well, actually, I never unwind. I have work I gotta do tomorrow. Yeah, I want to do things with bot tricks, get some bot functionality in the stream working again. I have to change up my thing, my social, so I can just like kick and other things like that. It's gonna, yeah. So I have to dedicate like an hour to that, plus gym, plus new schedule, plus other stuff. But yeah, you know how it is. Anyway, I don't get a week off, but you know, gotta grow. Anyway, it is Saturday, which means end of the week, which means time for a weekly debrief. Also, do I want this art to be here? Let me make this thing else. It's been a while since I've had like something besides the do I care? Nah, let's just leave it like that. I love the Persona art. Though I do need more art soon. I have something in the works. Actually, let me check on that real quick. Thinking about that. But yes, today is the weekly debrief, and we are going to get okay, yeah. So I haven't gotten her back. Also, hey, good sir, how's it going? But the now square cow. I don't have it yet. I should get a cow bikini art, shouldn't I? Cow bikini. Someday. I hope you're doing good sir. We are about to talk about some heavy stuff. I mean, not too heavy, you know what I mean. But we are gonna do. I want to. How do I put this? I want to put things into perspective. I've kind of said it like in the past that I made it clear that a lot of the things we're talking about here on weekly debrief and things like that is regarding the state of culture, the state of gaming. Well, for me, primarily gaming, but also like, you know, movies, media in general, culture in general, and why we need to like call it out and talk about why quality has gone down and why it bothers people like me, and I think it bothers you guys too. So I want to like kind of. I'm very, how do I put this? I should have had a little thing prepared, but I'm very analytical in my way of thinking. I don't want to leave openings for misinterpretation or you know, for the sake of argument. I want to make sure my argument is concise, backed by sources, and you know, is ultimately you know, convincing. So like, you know, if someone else comes here, like they can be convinced, or if I need to argue with somebody else, I can explain clearly why I think this way and why I've come to these conclusions and such and such and such. While discussing all these things, like again, talking about culture, video games, and things like that, a common word that comes up, a few common words are, you know, DEI, inclusivity, and the big one is woke. WOKE, and it's been used in the past like frivolously, and I think someone even mentioned that like it's overused and like it's not properly defined and things like that, and I disagree. I disagree because it is a good it is slang. At the end of the day, it is just a slang term, but slang is still diction. It is still vocabulary, and vocabulary can be used to describe things. Words have meaning. We often say that saying all the time here. And so I feel like it is appropriate to define this word, this woke and all that, and why it's bad, why we should speak up against it, and why it's counterintuitive to like our goals and what we want. And our ultimate goals, well, at least for my goals, are, you know, creating and experiencing good media that makes me happy. It helps me, you know, I just want to enjoy things, right? But I kind of have to step to the side and like argue my points for it. Okay, and to that end, this work has already been largely done for us. We don't really have to like come up with a definition ourselves. I think it was last week. I gave you guys a definition. Let me find that again. I'll read it out to you again. I know I saved it. I keep this on me. I never. Okay, here's the definition I gave you. Wokeism is the ethics and processes of socialism expanded beyond class struggle to include race struggle, gender struggle, sexual struggle, and any other near infinite number of marginalized groups as defined by intersectionality. Now, that works as a definition. However, what does that mean? Like, what is intersectionality? What is, I mean, I think we can, like, kind of guess, like, you know, using context clues and, like, what is, like, you know, race struggle, gender struggle, and all that other stuff. It is more complicated than that, but however, like I said, this work has largely been done for us. We don't have to just, like, come up with the terms ourselves. And to that end, let me open this up. I brought out this video by Dev. I knew this was gonna come up, and I knew he made a video like talking about it concisely, and that's why I brought up, this video. What exactly does woke mean? And I think it serves our purposes pretty well. I want to like go through it, talk about why this matters, why we came to this definition, and why it's kind of a larger thing beyond just you know, gaming and culture and things like that. It's a thing that affects really institutions and culture at large. Anyway, before I go in, actually I forgot to get my music real quick. Let me grab that. There's something in the background while I'm blabbing. Playlist. Do you use Kingsfield? Do you want to do Kingsfield? Do we care? Where did I put? Yeah, let's just put this on real quick. Yeah, that works fine. A little loud, but that should be fine. Okay, going back to this. We did talk about Dev in the past, and I think he has attracted some animosity in recent months, is probably the best way to put it. I think I made it clear that I don't dislike the guy. I definitely disagree with him on quite a few things, especially in recent months and all that. That being said, I still very much respect him. I still think he's probably one of the smartest guys I've ever had the pleasure of. I say that like as I've spoken to him. No, like you know, finding on the internet, listening to. And I do think a lot of his older videos still are very good reference points for, you know, basing arguments upon you can use them as sources and things like that. They're very useful. Hi, Calamari. Welcome. We're going to talk about this right here. We're going to talk about this. Everyone here, we need to define things moving forward so that I can have a thing. Me to me, end of last stream. Was I? I'm sorry, Callie. What did I do? Did I not say goodbye properly? I was kind of rushed because I don't want to blame him. But Mizu had to, like, you know, call it a night, and, you know, I kind of had to end the stream. But I'm sorry if I did it. You said I was too young. Look, you don't need to know what did I say you were too young for? Oh, bush. You don't need to know what a bush is. It's fine. Just keep yours trimmed. That's the beginning and end of that. Look, you'll figure it out someday. Anyway, back to this. This is still way too loud. Let me lower this a bit. But yeah, the issue with less hair than a naked rat. Okay, well, that's good for you. But, you know, you gotta be mature, and if your partner has, you know, a jungle down there, you gotta be. I mean, I guess it depends on how well maintained it is. look, and the gist of it is like, you know, buzz isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know, you just gotta kind of have to come. You have to I would judge. It's yeah. It's a circumstantial thing. You know, it depends, person to person, that kind of thing. And I judge harshly. Look, I think I made it clear that I kind of. I'll just straight up say it. I kind of like it a little bit. As long as it's like, you know, not too bad, it's fine. And you know, as long as you can get access, if you know what I mean. So it's fine. You know, you just gotta keep it maintained. You know, keep it clean. Like it, you know, hair can like attract a lot of odors and mites and things like that. So you know, like maintain it as well as like, you know, the hair on your head, and you'll be fine. You know. I don't need it to be barren, is what I'm saying, you know? Anyway. Okay. Bushes aside, we were talking about, I'm sorry, good sir, we're traumatizing you, we just started. Anyway, like I said, we're gonna talk about what wokeness is, and I want to define it because I think it matters for like our discussions moving forward. We need to be able to say why something is woke and why it is bad, okay? It's because I feel like like I said, I like to be analytical about my things, and I like to make concise arguments with sources and proper definitions and things like that. And also I feel it's hypocritical of me to, you know, talk about all this other stuff, you know, all these other things. If I'm gonna use the word, if I'm gonna say the word woke, then I should be able to define it. And that's why I want to like put it forward. Like, this is the definition I'm using. This is why I consider it a good definition, and why it matters that we should challenge it when we see it in other games, okay? It's not simply slang, and it is slang, but there is meaning behind it. Anyway. We're probably just gonna go through this video, and like I'm gonna discuss things as they go, because I think I mentioned in the past that Dev and I have had very similar upbringing, so to speak, when it comes to like our exposure to these opponents, you know. Anyway. Oh, that's not the right one. No. And like I said, I don't hate Dev. I disagree with him on some things. However, I still think his stuff in the past, this is like a year-old video, I think it's good reference material. He is very good at like giving like essays and concise arguments of why certain things can be discussed in certain ways.
The word woke
way better
has
than
really
me.
caught on in the past few years. I've seen Melanie Mack and Stuttering Craig and Yellow Flash use it on side-scrollers all the time. I've seen my pals Sargon and Arch and V all use it. I've even started to
Oh my god, I remember that campaign. They canceled that campaign. It's unfortunate. I haven't seen this chick in a while. I know they're not. I know I'm already getting into it, but I know I don't think they're in good terms with this chick, Melanie Mack.
Scrollers all the time. I've seen my pal Sargon.
Yeah, this was actually a pretty fun RP they were doing, and it got shafted partway through, unfortunately.
Arch and V all use it. I've even started to see more center-left lib types begin to use it to make fun of absurd progressives. The way it's used by most people is to make a vague gesture towards hyper-progressive, quasi-socialist politics. And the fuzziness around the label has allowed for some strange baggage to be snuck in with the word.
Yes, I don't want that. I don't want there to be baggage. I don't want this moment of like someone's like, oh, what does wook mean? And then I can't answer that. And I don't want that for you guys either. If you ever are in these kind of arguments, I mean, you probably won't be, because I'm the idiot who gets like confrontational and does that kind of stuff. But if you ever have to argue your point, it's good to, you know, have the ammunition, have the proper definitions behind you, so you're not left fumbling, basically.
Word. For example, I've seen people refer to Sweet Baby Inc. as woke, which fits. But I've also seen people declare that simply having a black person in a video game or a TV show is woke, which is frankly ridiculous.
That's nonsense, yes.
Seeing as there
are plenty of good, like this is why we have to kind of like have these definitions and point out these requirements, so to speak.
There's something real being pointed at with the word woke, but also that people regularly miss the mark with it. I'm going to actually explain the concept
Summer's
behind
Equinox,
Debrief.
welcome,
Yes, I
welcome.
joined this video
Hi.
where that one
Oh, thank you. Welcome to the Platoon Summers. Your complimentary SFO coffee mug is waiting for you in the barracks. Hope you enjoy. But thank you. I'm glad you think I'm cute. You're probably not gonna think I'm cute when you hear what we're talking about.
Mendel went viral after Brianna Joy Gray asked her in an interview what woke meant, and she couldn't answer.
Probably fewer.
Yeah, this part, like I don't want to be caught like this.
What does that mean to you? Would you mind defining woke? Because it's come up a couple times, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
So, I mean, woke is sort of the idea that
see, you don't want to get caught with your pants down like this.
Goes viral. I mean, woke is something that's very hard to define, and we've spent an entire chapter defining it.
But frankly, I'm not satisfied with my work back then, so I'm going to take another crack at it. Let's start with what I actually did do correctly, though. Last year,
this is the definition I gave you guys. Okay, let's say it.
Asking me what wokeism is. I replied with this. Wokeism is the ethics and processes of socialism, expanded.
To be fair, this was done. Oh wait, that's the wrong mouse.
Struggle, gender struggle, sexual struggle, and any other near.
Yeah, this was done as like trying to attempt a gotcha.
Intersectionality. This ended up being a good enough definition that I've seen it repeated a few times online.
Yeah, like it's good enough for like legwork, but like Dev said, I'm not satisfied with the work. I'm not satisfied with it either. Like we should be able to do better.
Even by random people I don't know or who don't follow me. So hey, if this is going to end up being my main contribution to the wider conversation, that's fine by me.
All right.
The owner's fire here.
Are we gonna? Okay, I'm trying to think. Like, should we do this like verbatim? Just watch the entire video with my commentary here and there, or should we? I feel like we probably should just watch it. Yeah.
Get deeper into this description and really figure out what makes it work. When I'm saying socialism here, let's start with the basic definition. Socialism is an economic and political philosophy encompassing diverse economic
this is what like matters about
characterized by social ownership of the means of production, as opposed to private ownership. It describes the economic, political, and social theories and movements associated with the implementation of such systems. I'm going to go on a long commie diatribe here, so I want you to know right now, I personally don't support this stuff. I am describing to you the ideas of the communists.
Yeah, like, I know this has like been a joke for a while, and it's kind of gotten worse in like the past year or so. But Dev isn't a communist. He did study it in university, but so did I. That doesn't make me a communist or a socialist or anything like that. He just understands the inner workings of it, and it's useful to understand the psychology and tactics of your, I don't want to say enemies, that's a little bit of a strong word, your opponents. It's useful to understand the tactics and definitions used by your opponent so that you can better counter them, so if you understand what they're trying to tell you, you can give them a response as to like, okay, here's why that doesn't work. And in this case, socialism.
I don't need to add more fuel to this.
Which is actually why, like, I haven't done this yet, but I really do intend on reading the books by Marx, as well as, the Little Red Book and all those. Communist Manifesto. Like, these are books that, like, I abhorrently despise. And think they're evil texts, like closest thing to evil texts we have. However, I do legitimately want to read them so I can better understand the ideology of my opponents.
Dev is a communist fire here. For Karl Marx, class is specifically defined by its relationship to the means of production, aka the tools used to create products. Marx identified two main classes. First, the proletariat. These people.
Okay, let's skip through a little bit. All right.
So literally.
Okay, so basically, it basically breaks down to the two group mindset. There is one, and then there's the other. Like you said, the proletariat and the bourgeois. The proletariat are basically workers, and bourgeois are like the factory owners and things like that. Another way to look at this, and for the sake of our argument and understand what woke is. You can basically break this down into the oppressed and the oppressors, and that's basically all you need to know, because the proletariats and the bourgeois are basically just the original oppressors and oppressed. And this can be applied to any mentality. And that's why, if you go back to the definition here, right here. Oh, shit. If I can just pull it up. Right here. It's just relating to the struggle. And by the struggle, I mean, like, the fight between the two overarching groups. And, like, this is the mentality of socialism and Marxism and communism, whatever. Gahako, welcome back, Gitzer. Hope you enjoyed the cocoa. I got my tea. I need it. But anyway, it basically breaks down to this. It's like one or the other. Don't do it! I know what you're doing. Anyway, this is the break it down to between the struggle between class, race, gender, sexuality, and in infinite numbers. Okay, so we got class, right? Class is, again, trying to break it down to the layman terms. Class is like, again, the proletariat versus the bourgeois. Race is like black versus white. Gender, man versus women, or male versus female, whichever you would prefer. And sexual is usually related to, straight people versus gay people. This can also apply to, it's not listed here, but this would also apply towards, I don't know what, identity struggle, I think is probably the best way to put it. This is basically, cis people versus trans people. If you don't know what cis means, it just means like they don't identify as trans. That's basically what it is. The point is, it's oppressor versus oppressed. And that's the entire mentality of wokeism. And it's actually the entire mentality of socialism in general. And basically it comes down to, and we're not going to go through the entire video, but I do, I highly recommend that you do watch this video on your own, because it goes into more concise, like it shows you the sources and things like that. I think it even has sources here in the thing. Maybe not, but whatever. It's really useful for like getting like all the definitions and things like that. It's all related back to intersectionality. Again, it's basic. Again, it's just oppress versus oppressor, and it all comes down to it's me versus you. It's a zero-sum game. If I win, you can't win. If you win, I can't win. There is no shit. What the hell does he call this? Good for your chocolate. There is no outcome where we can come to an agreement where we are, well, I want to win. Well, that's the thing. Okay, let's use us as an example, good sir. Like, if it was us, it was me versus you, the zero-sum game. If you don't know what zero-sum game means, it basically means that only one of us can win. Either I win and you die, or you win and I die. There's no middle ground. We can't come to a conclusion where we can both get something that we want. It's one or the other, period. And that's the whole mentality behind, that's like the core mentality of socialism. Like either the workers win or the bourgeois win. But this same mentality can apply to all those other groups we talked about. Again, the struggle between races, gender, sexuality, identity, yada yada, etc. That's why he has the near infinite thing. That is what they're thinking about when something is woke. It's with the mindset that of this zero-sum game that you need to have it their way or the other. So let's use an example of like something that we're talking about, like in terms of video games. The Gothic thing. Now, the Gothic devs, they say like there's no political agenda. Okay, let's just ignore that for a second. They might say that that's not the case, but the point of the matter is that that's exactly what they're pushing. That's why this is woke. You need to either have no pretty characters, or you have to have, to them, like, there's no middle ground. You have to have the ugly characters because we can't have pretty characters. To have pretty characters would be losing the zero-sum game. 20 I feel like I have a way raw definition that's simple. Do you do? Go ahead. What is it, Callie? I actually would like to know if you have like a simpler term. To be fair though, I don't want personally. I don't want a broad definition because you kind of need to be able to like point to. It's okay if you can't come up with it on the spot. Why you put me on the spot? It's fine. It's fine. You can think about it and we can get back to it. I'll keep talking. Okay. That's how groups and individual social political discrimination. Yeah. So again, it's literally just the oppressors versus the oppressed, and this is how they all think like this. So that's why you simply can't have the pretty characters in the video games, because it is against their mentality. It beats the zero-sum game. Either I win or you win. If they put the pretty characters in the game, they lost, and they just can't have that. It's all about pushing the agenda. Let's see what else. Let's continue from here. That's pretty good. I think of any far left or leftist ideology that's forced into any media. I just like it as broad as possible so it covers everything. For all intents and purposes, that's fine. I think that's perfectly fine. But it helps to be able to like, you know, excuse me, be able to like pinpoint exactly why this is bad. And to be fair, to Dev and everything, like this kind of applies to your definition too, because that's basically what he's saying here. Because it is just far left ideology, but usually primarily around socialism, which socialism is far left ideology. So like yours works just fine. It's not a bad definition at all. This is just like the more like intricate kind of way. That's why we're going through it.
Both empowering and oppressing. Oh man, I like how Wikipedia here admits that there's no good data on how.
However, little good quality quantitative research that does support or undermine the practical use of intersectionality. So basically, intersectionality doesn't exist. But like I said, it is like a cornerstone of socialism and why they push it so hard. Like again, it has to be oppressor versus oppressed. Zero-sum game. I win, you lose, you win, I lose. Period. There's no in between. And so here's why it goes back to this.
Those white men, because the number of seats are finite. When
Hey TOA, welcome. We're talking about wokeism and why trying to define it.
There's a fixed amount of space, diversity requires replacement and functions as a zero-sum game, which is something that I went into in my competency crisis.
Yeah, this is affirmative action, competency crisis, all that. Like it in terms of like, you know, where you're talking about school or you're talking about job opportunities, it quite literally is a zero-sum game. Let's use this for example, like you know, the end of the all-white cockpit. There are only so many pilots that can be hired in a for an airport company, or not airport, airline company. They say they can only hire 10 new pilots, right? But if they have like a quota in their thing, affirmative action, that at least 4 of those pilots need to be black women for whatever reason. Because like again, it's this is wokeism, because they are saying that at least 4 of them have to be black women, and that doesn't matter if like the top 10 pilots that they interviewed or tested or whatever I don't know how you go about picking pilots, but the top 10 that they picked were all white guys. They have to be like, well, we need to fill that quota, so they go down the line until they find 4 black women. That is wokeism, because that is a zero-sum game. You need to fill in those quotas because the quota said so. You have to do it. You can't just say no. So that is wokeism in action, and that's putting it in like a more real world scenario. We talk about it in video games, but this is like it actively happening in like a real life thing. Like like airplanes are real. This is like a real life position that's like affected. Away forcibly into men's only military school. Yep, that's wokeism in action. Then they get mad when men's spaces are gatekept. Yes, exactly. It's a whole. That's another thing regarding like separate spaces for men and women. And I would argue, again, this is a whole other topic. I would argue that there are occasions where it is appropriate to have spaces only for men or only for women. But that's a different thing. We're not talking about that right now. But it is part of the problem. Anyway.
This video. Another way is representation. You see this one in media literacy conversations a lot, where intersectional activists want characters to be made representative of their preferred demographics, even at the expense of the art itself. It doesn't matter what the character was before, race swapping them to be...
Perfect example. This is woke. Because it's a zero-sum game. There is only one Ariel in the entire movie. There's only one character. So but it needs to be changed for the sake of the zero-sum game, for the intersectionality dilemma. It needs to be changed for wokeism. So that's why they had to replace her and change it to this actress, who, by the way, I 100% acknowledge that she's a beautiful singer. However, she's not Ariel. And so that's this is another example of wokeism taking place. But in this case, this is like more appropriate to like what we talk about. Oh my god, fuck off! I need to get out some fucking mods on my thing. Ignore that. I can't really touch the boss right now. Unfortunate. Rio, just like birds. Birds aren't real. That's true. I made sure of it. Anyway. But this is like closer example to like what we're talking about, because like movies not that far off from games, right?
Black or claiming they're now queer. Or...
Oh, this was a really funny one. Redheads don't exist now. Not anymore. Not anymore. Like, this is why every time I see a redhead in an anime game, especially one where you can date them, like I'm like tripping over myself to get on that. That's why I'm all over Mitsuru. Anyway. Also, Rappy from Nikkei and all that. Whatever. We're getting off topic. Can't delete the messages over on Kick. I could, but I would have to like pull it up, and I don't wanna. Okay, fine. I'll do it. That's why like I need mods who are like here actively and can like get rid of it for me. Gabby, is that you? Welcome. I don't know if this is from like a while ago. There we go. I got rid of it. Okay. Yeah, that should have done it. Yeah, that should work it. But yeah, I can kick it. But yeah. Gabby, if that's you, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I don't know if it actually went through, or if that's from like another day. Or last time. I'm not sure. If you're here, thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Anyway, this is another really good example. If you guys don't remember, okay, that was weird. The original, in the original Alan Wake, this lady was actually white. She was an FBI officer in the original game too. But the game was long enough ago now, the original Alan Wake, that they felt that they could just change it. And nobody would notice. But people noticed. That's another great example. That is woke. It is intersectionality. It is a zero-sum game. This character, there's only one of her. I forgot her name, Detective something, but there's only one character. But because of the zero-sum game, because of intersectionality, because of socialism, because of wokeism, again, these are all connected. They had to replace her. It's representation as replacism. You can't have one. You can't have one with the other. So they got rid of her, and then they replaced her with this one, with this version of her. They said it's the same character. They gave her the same name. They gave her the same backstory. She does the same things. So she's the same character, right? Well, no. No. You changed her appearance because intersectionality. Because wokeism. Because you had to push the agenda. Then she starred in another game called Control as well. I don't know about that. I just know about the Alan Wake one. Someone else. Control. Her name is like Saga Anderson. Let me check that out. No, that's not true. I hope that's not true. Control. Character. I know you're talking about the redhead chick. Jessie Faden? Is this what we're talking about? Who, by the way, is very cute herself. She's 34. Let's go. I don't think it's the same character, is it? No, it can't be. Saga Anderson. Oh, there she is. Saga Anderson. So that's her name. 35. Good for you. I think it might be Quantum Break. Different character. Okay. Alright, so, like, let's go down here. Wow, they're, like, even, like, hiding it. They don't want to show her original model. Let's see. Supernatural abilities, first appearance. Turn 1. Wait, what? Anyway.
Or alternatively introducing a new black queer woman character for the old beloved character to play second fiddle to. These are acts that center the traditionally marginalized.
Did I get that wrong? I might have gotten it wrong. Maybe... Oh, okay. Okay, I might have been wrong about that. Oh, wasn't it? Either she replaced her, or it's the same character and a, like Scorsese. Oh, that was Scorsese, no. Well, obviously Alan. Mulligan. Okay, where's Alan Wake, the first game? Brand size. Alan Wake 1, characters. I might have gotten this wrong, so I just want to like be clear about that. It's still the same idea. It's not replacism exactly then. This is just representation. We already kind of went over replacism, which was this. And arguably, this is worse because it's regarding, like I said, real life things.
As a zero-sum game, which is something that,
like, this is more important than a video game. You know, it's not like in our purview, but it's still more important. Like, you know, real life, you know, pilots and shit like that.
Traditionally marginalized demographic, which has historically existed on the fringe.
Quantum Break, yeah, it was a 2016 game where she was introduced and she was white. Oh. That changes things. Okay, hold on. Quantum Break. Okay, let's go back to that. Break main character. Is she the main character? No. What was her name? Sega? Ah. No. They don't want... Trailer said you understand for the return Easter egg, what they're assuming it is, and they got a different actress instead of the play as her, Alan. Yeah, continuity. Oh, they did replace her. Okay, so it is replacism. It's not just like you said, representation where they had the character become
in this way representing
where is that other one?
Woman character.
Yeah, like he wasn't wrong about this regarding like she became like kind of the main character. A better example in my opinion would be something like He-Man or He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, where they had He-Man as the front and center character and then they made She-Ra or one of the other chicks, they basically sidelined him and made him like, you know, second fiddle to them, even though the show was named after him. Oh, another really good recent example would be the recent season of The Witcher, where Geralt is basically a side character in his own main story, where it's supposed to be about him. Henry Cavill was so pissed about this, like he sort of just left, and Witcher has basically become like the lesbian gang show, where you just follow a bunch of dumb bitches, and as they go on adventures and I don't know, make out with each other. I guess I don't know what the lesbians do. Anyway, it's basically like Witcher 4 as well. Witcher 4 is an interesting example. We were probably going to get to that eventually. I don't want to completely slot in Witcher 4 into this, because it kind of makes sense for Geralt to not be sidelined, but to pass the mantle, because like it has to happen eventually. You do have to pass the mantle on to somebody else, and it does make sense that it was Ciri. Because Ciri is was, you know, Geralt trained her. Ciri is kind of like a surrogate daughter to him, it makes sense that she would eventually, if not the fourth game, eventually it makes sense for her to become the main character. Like I said, just because the main character is a girl doesn't mean it's woke. It just means that it's a girl character. The problems might come in how they present her, how again, we don't know enough about the game for us to give a definitive rating or judgment or pass judgment onto it, in my opinion. There are worrying things like the way they designed her face, the way some of the developers have been talking about how they wanted to make it like a woman's first kind of story. There are concerning things like that, and we will get to them eventually. But I don't. That's not like. I'm more concerned about the show because like that's just blatantly it's right there in front of you. They sidelined the main character. He's just like a washed up wet blanket for like the lesbian gang and all that. Like I said. Go crazy. There's gonna be a Musa. Wait. I'm sorry if I got it right. They're no longer gonna be based off books. That is concerning. Yeah, I am worried about the no longer based on the books. Musa bet. But she is in 4. Yeah, but women can't be witchers. So, isn't Ciri a witcher? Isn't it like her whole thing that even if she's not supposed to be a witcher, she kind of is? Like that was the thing they set up like in the 3rd game. I don't know enough to like understand it. Because you did see her fight alongside you in the 3rd game. Like she was doing things. Like even if she's not the Witcher, she can still fight demons or monsters or whatever they're called. I need to study it more before I can give you like a definitive response, Callie. But I will keep it in the back of my head. It's so dumb because they could have followed the games fine with Geralt when then released later season with Ciri as the main character released alongside Witcher 4. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. But that's the thing, it would have been a good idea. Like I said, zero-sum game, intersectionality. Those are the 2 main terms you got to keep in mind. You can't have one. You can only have one or the other. If they have their Witcher lesbian fantasy adventure, you can't have Geralt. It's one or the other. Period. That's their mindset. Keep that in mind.
For the old beloved character to play second.
It's something completely different from what I understand. All right, so like I said, I think it's fine if she's the main hero. Like even before everything started coming out about The Witcher 4 and my concerns about it, I think and I think most people, fans of the games too, assume like, yeah, Ciri is eventually going to become the main character. Maybe not the next game, but eventually. And I think people were fine with that, because like Witcher 3 was a triumph. People love that game, and to this day, it's still very much celebrated. It appears like in the top like RPGs of all time, constantly. So I don't think anybody ever thought badly of Ciri to the point that they wouldn't want her to be the main character. I just think the way they're going about it is potentially a problem. Anyway, also, Tarantrum, beep, welcome, beep, beep. Anyway, continue on.
Fiddle to. These are acts that center the traditionally marginalized demographic, which has historically existed on the fringes. In this way, representation...
Yeah, like, this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, you know, you have the main character. Step 2, make him look like an idiot. Step 3, make the character that makes him look like an idiot the new main character.
Becomes its...
And I understand this is what you think is happening. Well, what might be happening with Witcher 4. This is what's happening in the Witcher TV series.
Own zero-sum game, as there is a finite amount of space in the spotlight.
Yep, exactly. Again, zero-sum thing. They can't have a show where, like, you know, these two, this chick and main hero guy, you know, team up and have like a fun adventure together. You know, like they could even be equals. Like I was gonna suggest like, oh, maybe he's like her mentor or something. Like no. Like we could even have it where like they're actually equal and they're buddy with each other and yada yada yada. No, we can't have that. That's the whole point. Again, intersectionality, wokeism, zero-sum game.
Now that we know this is how the woke act...
Confirmed from a Polish woman, Ciri is not a Witcher, Lamau. Who's a Polish woman?
Activist views these things.
So interesting. Like I said, just because she's not a Witcher, I don't think she cannot be the main character. I mean, the title doesn't really work, I guess, if you think about it like that. That being said, Ciri herself being the main character doesn't really bother me. It's the way they go about it.
Things, everything clicks into place. We know why
So
they
you know
push
online?
diversity, but what I'm describing here is what they're thinking when they do it. If class conflict is an inevitable zero-sum game where they can only win or lose, and where the oppressed group has a moral license to do whatever they want to their oppressors, then it suddenly makes sense that every woke person screaming about the evils of inequality nonetheless hypocritically advocates for unequal treatment. Going all the way back to the beginning then, when I said wokeism is the ethics and processes of socialism expanded beyond class struggle to include race struggle, gender struggle, sexual struggle, and any other near infinite number of marginalized groups as defined by intersectionality, I hope you now understand what I mean. It doesn't mean that there's a black or gay person in your video game or in your movie. At least not necessarily. It means that the socialist way of viewing the world, where everything stems from an inevitable class conflict, where the only possible outcome is fully winning or fully losing, no draws, no opt-outs, is adapted to the various identity dichotomies of intersectionality. This is an extremely toxic way of thinking. Imagine...
Yeah, that's basically it. It's everything is the zero-sum game to them. And that's why you see like these extreme juxtapositions between like, you know, classic, you know, the things that we used to love. Again, Witcher, again, it's like probably our current example right now, where they take what was beloved and celebrated in the past, but they need to flip it on its head to make, you know, the girl in charge, because it's a zero-sum game. You can't have it where, you know, Ciri and Geralt go on a adventure together and have fun, like have father-daughter adventures together. No. Ciri needs to be the boss. She and her girl gang need to be the boss. They need to be the ones doing the adventure, having the thing, and Geralt needs to be sidelined. Yeah, it's like, again, it's like the most like basic example, but this is actually a very useful one. This comic right here, and you see that a lot with a lot of other series. Also, hey Gabby, hope you're doing good. Welcome. I think I saw you earlier on Kick. If that was you, appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. This makes sense in the books here. Have you seen that intergalactic game from Naughty Dog as well? Yes, we're gonna talk about that probably today. Is it on the rep sheet? I think it might be. If not, we'll pick it up again because it's kind of worth talking about because some recent stuff happened that was like kind of funny. It's not like our main goal for tonight, but intergalactic is. I mean, it's kind of. Okay. Actually, let's talk about that real quick. Why is Okay, let's use our. Okay, we just got all this wonderful new knowledge. What is woke? We defined it. Why is it? What is it? How can we define it? How can we spot it? And why are we opposed to it? Okay, let's go to it. It's chilly and drawing. Nice. I need to do art streams soon. Schedule tomorrow. We're going to be doing some art streams next week. I promise. All right, intergalactic. Let's use this as our example. Why is this woke? Okay, well, first of all, it's not necessarily wrong to have a character that looks like this in your video game, even though she is very, 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 very unattractive. You don't have to have... Let's make it clear. You don't have to have an attractive character in your video game. If that's not what you're going for, you don't need it. One of my favorite examples is probably the Stalker series. There's nobody in that game that's attractive. I mean, I guess like unless you're like into like really, really burly men and who are going around and like fighting shit, which I mean, I kind of am. But you know what I mean. It makes sense for them to look like that for the setting itself. And you can argue that this is what this they could argue that that's what they were going for. This is a very rough, harsh setting, so like only rough, harsh people can exist in this world, including the women. Sure, you can argue that. Well, her being ugly is on purpose. Yes, exactly. It's not. They're not doing it because. Let me change the music. Let's just put this here. Let me go back to that. My music will load. Okay. Yeah. They're not doing it for the sake of the setting or story or anything. They're doing this to piss you off. And you can tell because they do shit like this. And I'm blocking them. Sorry. it's not because they want to tell a specific story. They're doing it specifically because they want to make you angry. They want to tell you, again, go back to the zero-sum game. Intersectionality, wokeism. They want to tell you that you are being replaced. We're not going to have attractive main characters. Oh, hold on. You're not going to be allowed to have attractive main characters anymore, even if they're in a setting that's technically really rough and tumble and things like that. You're not allowed to have this anymore. You're going to take this, you're going to shove it down your throat, and you're going to like it. That's why it's woke. It is replacism. It's specifically done to push an agenda. This, they don't want this anymore, and they don't want you to be able to enjoy this anymore. You will take the slop, and you will like it. That's why there's a difference. That's why this is woke. It's not because she's ugly, because like that in of itself is not, you know, again, if it makes sense for the setting, fine, whatever, who cares? If you want to make a game like that, it's up to you. But because they're doing it specifically to push something, that's where the problem arises. And also, I should also clarify this too. Just because something is like, you know, the term, the slang, not the slang, the meme, go woke, go broke. For the most part, that is true. However, I want to stress that just because something is unattractive doesn't mean it's unappealing if it's not marketable. This game could be the best game ever. It could have a really good story. Despite her looking like that, she might actually be like really, you know, deep. She might have like some interpersonal conflict. She might have like a struggle, and inspiring journey. The gameplay might be wonderful. I mean, this looks kind of cool. I actually like the look of her ship. It actually looks kind of neat. This is like a really nice looking shot. I'm not gonna deny that. If they had just kept their mouths shut and just made a game to the best of their abilities, then it could have been fine. But I think they, right out the gate, they shot themselves in the foot, and now they're gonna have to play catch up for everything. The ship is branded. It is. Porsche. Does that say Porsche? Porsche? Like a Porsche? That's funny. Either way, it still looks cool. Whatever. Maybe Porsche's in the future. Who fucking knows? I don't know. Her actor's a different race too. Lamau, like, what is going on? I don't fucking know. I thought, okay, here's another thing. I thought she was Asian or like Filipino or Filipina, whatever. I don't know how they say it. But apparently her actress is black. I don't even know anymore. It's just fucking weird at this point. I don't know what's going on with this game. And frankly I don't care. And here's why. I can put my foot down, and like this is the thing. My money is not, nobody's entitled to my money. If I give it to you, it's because you're offering me a product that I think is worth purchasing. I see this and I'm deciding, nah, rather not. And that's entirely within my prerogative to do. I can do whatever I want. And it doesn't even have to be because it's woke. It's simply because I just don't like it. I don't like the look of the character. I don't like the way she acts. Again, like in the trailer, she was like acting all smug, sipping on her fucking, I don't know, Diet Pepsi or whatever. And, you know, she just comes off as an asshole. And you know what? I don't want a game like that anymore. And up until that point, it was kind of just me being, and you know, a lot of other people too, like just saying like, nah, rather not. But then when they did this, oh shit. When they did this, they made it blatantly clear what they were going for. It is replacement. It is a zero-sum game. And at that point, it turned into like a firm, it went from like a no to a very firm hell no. And like the saying goes, go woke, go broke. I mean, to be fair, it was already it was already kind of like on shaky footing, but they kind of sealed their fate. They they put the final nail in the coffin themselves, and that's why it's woke. Again, it's not just because she's ugly; it's because they revel in it. That's the problem. We're gonna feel Fi died swaggly. No, what the fuck? I haven't heard that one before. Racially ambiguous space POC woman. They should call the game that, actually. Maybe that would be better. Male tier, slang term, like blah, 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 blah. Anyway, whatever. Anyway, that's the problem. You're not allowed to have this anymore. You're not allowed to enjoy this anymore. You have to get the other game and you have to like it. That's the problem. That is woke. That is intersectionality. That is a zero-sum game. That's why it's not okay. Now, that's the definition. We went over it. We talked about it. I hope this is helpful to you if you ever need to like learn about this. Again, I recommend this video if you want like to listen to it on your own time. I don't think I'm very good at explaining these things. I gave you like a basic rundown, but if you want to hear it like again and more concisely, I do recommend this video. Now, why do we fight back against it? Why is it bad? Everyone who doesn't like my game equals incel. Yes, exactly. Like they made it political, therefore they made it woke. That's how it comes down to. Anyway, why is this bad? Well, this comment's actually a pretty good explanation of it. You know, like this was a classic franchise. We liked it. We wanted the classic franchise to be what we liked. You know, and it's kind of like how it comes back to it. Just name them off. We talked about Witcher. We can also mention Star Wars. We can mention He-Man. You can mention Call of Duty. Kind of did it a little bit too. Gothic was like the recent one. Bloodlines. I'm even kind of worried about Persona and things like this regarding. The reason why it matters. 40K. That's a really good one. Thank you, Kelly. The reason why it matters is because like these are franchises we love, we care about, we want to celebrate and protect them. And like it's sad that we have to use that word, protect. They're taking things that were ours to begin with. And let me make something clear. It was never a case where we were saying like nobody else can enjoy it. No. I had this other video by Arch, and Arch is like a really good example of this. Actually, a great example. It is. Like, again, this is the recent He-Man Protectors of the Universe, I think it was called, show. God damn it. I was actually excited for that show, and then I saw the first episode, I was like, meh. Because, like, I didn't grow up on He-Man, but I knew about him. He's too old for me. I'm not that old. But, yeah, He-Man was just... I was excited. It's like, oh my god, I can like experience it like a modern version of He-Man. But then it was a modern version of He-Man, and that wasn't good actually. Because they wanted to make it friendly for the female audience. They didn't change He-Man. They made She-Ra. Exactly. They just God. And then there's a She-Ra cartoon, and yeah. I mean, I heard that the She-Ra cartoon was actually kind of good. I know my sister likes it. But, like, I feel like, again, zero-sum game. It's made at the expense of, like, a proper He-Man show. Like, why can't we have both? Why can't we have the She-Ra show and then a proper He-Man show? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Masters of the Universe. It started off, like, pretending it was a He-Man show. And then they sidelined him. And I think he even died. I can't remember exactly. Something happened to him where he was, like, basically, again, sidelined. He wasn't the main character anymore. And that's the problem. These are shows that we value, we love, we grew up on, and we just want to experience and enjoy them. And Arch is like, again, I bring up Arch because he's a great proponent of this. He very clearly explains how in the past, the whole point, when we're nerds, right? Whenever somebody new came up to us and say like, hey, can you tell me about your hobby? Can you tell me about Star Wars? Can you tell me about 40K or He-Man or whatever? We're all autistic little fucking nerds. And if somebody shows the slightest bit of interest into what we like, we jump at that. We want to talk about our favorite thing. We want to tell new people about our hobby and our interests. because it makes us happy. It makes us happy when we see people showing interest in our thing. Yeah, we spurg out, but that was the problem. Dark Tide. Dark Tide. Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's exactly what we do, Kelly. But that was the problem, because we were too welcoming. We let people in. Let me show you this. This is a perfect meme. No, not that one. Where is it? I don't. That's not it. I spelled that wrong. Oh shit! What was it called? Where is the gatekeep meme? Oh, what? Can I find this meme? Comic. Damn it. I know what I'm thinking of, but I can't. Oh, here it is. Here, I found it. Yes, this stupid thing. This is like the perfect example of what happened with all our favorite hobbies. If it'll only load. God damn it, Reddit. Fuck you, Reddit. Yes, you're right. Reddit is fucking gay as hell. I haven't played Dark Tide in forever. You trying the new Hive Scum class? I want to. I promise. What day is it? What's the date? It releases on December 2nd, right? It's gonna be a while. I'll try to like make space for it next week, because I think 2nd is like next week. God damn it. Well, I'll try. We'll try to do it. None of my friends picked it up. I'm sorry, good sir. I mean, if I do the Dark Tide stream, I'll have like open lobbies, because it probably would just be me. So open lobbies, anyone can just drop in. Saw the video, but it was explaining how gatekeeping culture is actually usually good, on how it felt there's people who want to change it versus those who want to get into it. Yeah, exactly. It's literally this meme. This is like the perfect example of like what happened to like all our favorite franchises. Okay, like we make our own space. They insist on coming into our space, and then they get mad at us and change it so that like it's no longer our space. They make it to fit themselves. Female custodies. Every the Witcher lesbian gang, Masters of the Universe. I can go on. These are just a few examples of everything in Star Wars, pretty much. Admiral Hodo, whatever, the purple haired chick. It's literally it's literally all of that nonsense, and oh, what the fuck? I can't speak. It's literally this comic, and that's why gatekeeping is good, and why you shouldn't let stupid little cum stains like Perry Carroll get in here. And I'm gonna kick him out right now because he is pissing me off. Dun, dun. Ba, ba, ba. Let's see. I'm trying to have a conversation here, Perry. Why don't you go be a retarded little incel somewhere else, okay? Yeah, let's do 24 hours. Alright, have fun. Wherever the hell they send you. Have fun in gay baby jail. Ba, ba, ba. Also, not a woman, femboy. Get it right. Trap. Otononoke. Pick a term. I'm not trans. Fucking retards. Seems that's pretty crazy. Yeah, YouTube is where like all the really fucking weirdos come from. I don't know why they're like that. Again, this is why I need like dedicated mods so they can help me with this. But I don't have any dedicated mods, unfortunately. Anyway, but yeah, like this is why Arch is kind of like a big proponent to like this mentality. We need to stop this. It's just this is why gatekeeping matters and why you should do this. Okay, as for like and like that's why it matters. That's why you should call out wokeness, and that's why we talk about this sort of stuff. This is why like I bring up. This is why I do the weekly debrief, because it's not just to talk about drama and to try to like drive viewers or like grow or anything like that. It's also because I want the scene to change for the better. And I think it is changing for the better. I kind of just brought this video up because of talking about the zero-sum game. This goes into like more detail, but we don't really need to worry about that for now. Really, all you need to know is like, this is why we talk about it. This is why I do this weekly debrief. This is why it matters. Okay? Anyway, that was like an hour of me just like explaining why this show exists in the first place. And like I said, I feel like things are changing and things are going for the better now. And this is a good example of it. The Stellar Blade victory that happened recently. Things are changing and it's for the better. We're gonna go through this video and we're gonna talk about like why the fucking blatant revisionist history that like a lot of these game journalists like to do. It's so familiar. This happened back in 2016. It happened back in 2010. It's happening again with Eve, and I'll point out exactly why.
So I never thought I'd be lucky enough to be talking about Stellar Blade again, but...
So definitely from the third one. Yeah, you're not wrong. He might be one of those like Indian accounts. It's not actually like a proper account. Like the whole thing with Twitter and all that. But that Kick Chat would be worse, to be honest. I mean, Kick Chat's mostly just been like bots.
Thankfully, I have been reminded just how horribly...
I mean, thankfully. I'd rather it be people all around, but surprisingly, it's only the worst it's just been bots, surprisingly.
Mainstream gaming media tried to take down Stellar Blade only for them to realize...
But yeah, okay, basic gist. Stellar Blade, I think I mentioned this. Stellar Blade made it to the top charts. Let me see, where is it? Yes.
Gaming industry.
I think we'll have a rich narrative, missing from the original. Like I said, yeah, here it is, what we're talking about. It's the most successful post-PC launch ever. It did amazing. I'm so happy with what happened to Stellar Blade. It deserves that win. And it is, like I said, things are changing for the better regarding like gaming and culture and all that. Because like we have been doing this, we've been talking about it, we've been calling out the wokeism and all that. This is good. This is a sign of this is us winning, boys. This is us winning. Woke up from a nap. Bye, Mayumi. Hope you had a good nap. Welcome. 60-hour nap. How are you not dead? That doesn't sound healthy. Anyway, but like I said, I actually didn't see the actual numbers. I knew it was like around 190 or 200k, but I didn't realize just how thoroughly it beat all the other PC or PlayStation exclusives. Like The Last of Us is all the way down here, and The Last of Us is a really particularly funny one because there's like 17 different versions of The Last of Us because they keep republishing this game. I think it originally came out of the PS3, and then they made a PS4 version, and a special edition of the PS4 version, then the PS5, and then a special version of the PS5 game. There's so many versions of The Last of Us. And it's still lost to Stellar Blade, a completely brand new title, and that's just like, mwah, chef's kiss. 2,000-year-old map. What the big? When you remove the product that's heavily demanded, once that demand is met, it's going to do much better. Oh, did it get removed from the PlayStation Store? Something like that? If that's the case, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, either way, it still was like the best. Like even it's like 2.5 higher than the second average, which was Ghost of Tsushima, the good one. Beat out even God of War, Spider-Man, Horizons. I actually like Horizons, and that it still got beat out. Stellar Blade just fucking crushed it, and I'm so happy about that. And then I think there was like people coping, like saying like, oh, I think they were like, oh, Helldivers, excuse me. Like, that's actually the most popular one. No, it was originally exclusive PS4 titles. That's what they're comparing it to. Anyway. But yeah, going back into it. But yeah, because... Okay, so basically what's been happening recently, because of Stellar Blade's success, their game journalists are kind of going back retroactively and saying, oh, actually, this is a great game, we love it, even though if you have a memory that spans more than like a year, maybe 2, you can remember exactly what these people were saying about Stellar Blade. So let's get into that.
All right, but on all that good YouTube algorithm stuff, and let's get into the video talking about...
I forgot, like, why does he have so many weird...
Stellar Blade
phrases
and the overall success that Eve has had against the gaming media. So we're going to start here. First,
Horizon fans. Horizon feels so psyop since it's existent. I don't know how it has fans. It does feel like it came out of nowhere, right? I mean, to be fair, Stellar Blade kind of did too, but Horizon's at least, like, it feels manufactured. I get what you're saying. It's like that kind of like a 1 million subscriber Minecraft YouTuber that kind of pops out of nowhere. You never heard of them before.
I want to focus on a tweet from Mongoloid. It says the following: after 2 years, Digital Foundry attacked Stellar Blade, calling it not flattering for a modern audience unlike Forspoken. Well, Stellar Blade became Sony's most successful PC title ever, and Forspoken flopped so hard that the studio shut down and the staff
I remember
was
this
merged
video
into Square Enix. Now I'm going to play this video for you guys. I mean, we are...
think the character...
Okay, like, this was an initial review. Who was it again? Digital Foundry. This was an initial review of Stellar Blade when it first came out on the PS5 last year, actually, yeah. Concept, but it didn't have hot enough robots. You know, that would have helped it, wouldn't it, huh?
The surface, so stick around, look at the timestamps down below, and check out this video.
Do you think the character model was actually like very distracting in not a good way? Because like with the camera angles chosen, it just felt like this game seems like a game that came out in like 002 in terms of its, you know, like character design. It's like a bit old and not flattering, I don't think, for a modern audience. In comparison to something like
modern audience,
like
there it is.
Forspoken.
Oh. Yeah, Forspoken. Again, if you don't know, Forspoken was probably one of Square Enix's biggest fucking flops ever. It's one of their ugliest games, ugliest characters, and I don't think Square Enix has ever polished a game that has done worse in all their history. And then this guy is like, he's just yucking it up because, again, Forspoken fits that category. It's for the modern audience. It's for the woke crowd.
Not flattering, I don't think, for a modern audience. In comparison,
yeah, the modern audience. And to like paraphrase Hypnotic, he used that word deliberately because that's what they're trying to push. They want you to, again, eat the slop. You know, just accept it. This is what you're gonna get. They want you to take this game, and this is what they want you to like accept moving forward. They want you to enjoy it. And if you don't enjoy it, shut up, but keep buying it. This is the future now, old man. You better accept it. You better not like things like Eve or whatever.
We are just scratching the surface.
And it's just something like...
Let's see, what other examples you have?
Just right now, when was the last time you ever utilized often, not even just a couple of years ago, or even last year for that matter, they would utilize this term quite often. Magic.
Yeah, he's not wrong about that.
Audience existed somewhere in the depths of hell. This magical modern audience is going to be the thing that is going to make all of...
Oh yeah, that was like a big thing. Like the modern audience and how it's supposed to be. I mean, we kind of forgotten about this. Like you said, it's the mystical magical group that's going to come in and buy all the games. Like if we appeal to them, they're just waiting for titles that appeal to them, and they will come in droves, and they'll be the new standard for gamers and all that. And they never came up. That's why, again, the Forspokens fail. That's why, oh fuck, who's DMing me? Not right now. Not right now. Modern audience, yeah, exactly. The modern audience doesn't exist. Again, that's why Forspoken failed. That's why Suicide Squad killed the Justice League failed. That's why Veilguard failed. They did everything for the modern audience, but all those games just flopped. And Veilguard is a particularly interesting one because that's an established franchise. Dragon Age is a celebrated series, a very old and venerable series. Even it wasn't able to survive the lack of the modern audience not being there, not willing to like prop it up and buy their game. It doesn't exist.
These video games, they were
I think it's even that.
destroying their previously established franchise or were coming actually meant for the world at large. Now, the truth is that none of that happened. Enix, for example,
I kind of hate Hypnotic's character. It's the rant Sona, because I know he has a proper Live 2D model, but he's kind of doing like the cut in rant Sonas, and they look scary. I don't like them.
Of whether or not it supposedly went woke and got broke. Right now, most of them that even had previous established franchises.
Yeah, he's talking about Veilguard.
And then you have, unfortunately, Japanese studios like Square Enix, for example.
We're going to talk about Square Enix later, but yeah, even Japanese studios were starting to fall into this mentality. Again, we talked about how Square Enix had like a dedicated has a dedicated in-group for basically a DEI department. I forgot the proper term that they use, but we saw the webpage. You go back to like past streams, they have a dedicated webpage for like this mentality, and not good. Not good. This is why you get like a smaller chest Tifa and shit like that. Stop hiring based on skill and writing to creative ability, and hired mainly to fill quota, causing incredible drop off in quality. More focus on the woke media. Exactly, good sir. That's exactly it. Again, it's the replacism of the intersectionality. You can again, it's the example. 10 pilots. You can only hire 10, but 4 of them need to fit the POC thing. You're not hiring based on ability. You're hiring them specifically because they look a certain way or they fill a certain box. Either they're, again, they have dark skin, they're black, they're gay or whatever. They're a woman, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? You're not hiring based on merit, therefore the quality drops, and that's why you should be opposing wokeism, because it's a symptom that leads to the wider disease, which is lower quality products, which is what we want. We want good products, we want good games and shit. IP experts on Lord of the Rings, Witcher, and Dragon Age gives you Rings of Power, Witcher, Netflix, and Veilguard. Exactly.
Listening to Western consultants and telling them that they're the only ones.
Anyway, moving on to
ugly,
the other...
and for some reason, the East is able to mimic a beautiful woman one-to-one when designing them in a...
Oh yeah, that's another thing. There's a lot of like, I'm not gonna look for the article right now, but there was like, it probably was like a Twitter post or something like that, where they were specifically saying like, oh, we can't, like facial recognition technology, where like they put dots on the face and then they have it like scan in a character, because a lot of like modern as in like current, that also sounds bad. You know what I mean? Recent characters are often directly based upon their voice actors, where they like they're basically scanning in their faces to put them in the game and make them the face of their character. It's kind of like directly making them an actor in the game. It's kind of similar technology to how VTubing works, with like, scanning your face as well as like tracking it and everything like that. It's a really cool technology. The problem is, my favorite example actually, Star Wars Outlaws, actor versus character. Actors versus character. This shit. We got shit like this. Notice how frumpy she is? Now, you're telling me with all this advanced technology, you couldn't get this beautiful woman, and you couldn't make her character, the ones that she's voicing, and I think she even mocapped her too. You couldn't make her look more like her character in the game. Instead, you made this fish. I don't even know what to call her. Again, she's a gorgeous woman. Gorgeous. And, oh, this is perfect. They did it 1-to-1 with the guy. Again, same franchise, Star Wars. These games, Star Wars Outlaws and versus Star Wars Survivors, I think they're like maybe 1 or 2 years apart from release. They got 1-to-1. The guy They got him 1-to-1. Again, I'm sorry, I'm blocking it. Oh god. That's another thing I need to do over the weekend. I'm getting an overlay. I have a basic one I can use. I'll get that fixed. Yeah, same with Spider-Man 2. Exactly. Well, the thing with yeah, you're right, with Mary Jane. Anyway, the point is, why is it so easy to do it with the guys, but they can't seem to do it with the girls? And I remember the explanation is like they just say like, oh, the technology doesn't exist, we can't do it. And like I said, they could do it with the guys just fine. There's no issue whatsoever. It's almost like they're specifically trying to make the girls uglier for some reason. Again, I don't know her name, but beautiful woman. Gorgeous. Why couldn't they make her look like that? I don't know. It's funny. It's interesting. You know how it is? It's almost like it's on purpose or something. Yeah, I didn't want to say it out loud, but it's kind of funny, isn't it? Also, the Quarry, same developer as Until Dawn. Did they do this with the VAs and they all looked fine? You're right, and Until Dawn's like a pretty old game. Until Dawn release date. Yeah, this game came out. No. That's the old one. I want the original one. No. Game. 2015. This game came out in 2015. When did Star Wars Outlaws come out? I think it was like 2024. Release date. 2024, just last year. It's been just a little bit over a year now. How did this game, Until Dawn, get the face tracking so well done, but Outlaws couldn't? It's like nearly 10 years apart. You think the technology would have improved, because that's usually what technology does. But no, it got worse. But that's also not true, because we saw... where is she? But that's also not true, because we saw that they could do it with guys too. I don't know. It's a mystery. We're never gonna find out. I guess. Until Dawn is an old game. It's old, exactly. 2015. Nearly. It's officially a decade old now. Yet somehow they were able to do it just fine. Yeah, it came out August last year, so like it's officially over a decade old now. By the way, it's a decent game. If you like those like kind of point and click horror games, it's a good like one-time experience in my opinion. But the point is, they got the characters right the first time, and with the motion tracking and everything, like you can tell that this is older, but you can tell that this character is based upon this woman. And like she's a little, they slimmed her down a little bit, because, well, to be fair, this is supposed to be like a teenager. I think she's supposed to be like 21, whereas I think the actress is like 30 something. But you can tell what they were trying to do. Yet they couldn't do it with this game. I don't know. Anyway, I'm doing a bad. I'm noticing what they're doing. Anyway, moving forward. Oh yeah, anyway, and how does that apply back to Stellar Blade? Okay, so people were saying like, okay, you can't do that. Like, they're making all the excuses of like, oh, you can't just like scan in a person's face in, or make the character look like a real life person. Like, this is so unrealistic. This is so unrealistic. It's almost, but wait, oh yeah, I forgot. Eve was based upon a real-life Korean supermodel. Like, they actually scanned her into the game, and they okay, I can't show you this picture, but she was wearing this really skimpy outfit, and they actively scanned her with this, like, really complex setup. and put her into the game. Once again, real life woman, and they had no real issues whatsoever putting her in. Ain't that weird? Actually, I'm looking at this now, and I know for a with consent, obviously, like they hired her for. She is a supermodel, by trade. That is her job. Modeling is like, it's her job. That's what she does. And they got her into the game and everything. Heck, they even, if I remember correctly, there was an interview where they specifically said they actually got her into different outfits so they can add them to Eve in the game. And they scanned her into different like new outfits and all that. Like, again, I love this outfit, by the way. Got her in. So the vast majority of the costumes in the game, this lady, this beautiful, gorgeous woman, she modeled them herself. Yeah, there it is. That's the picture I was looking for. Don't kill me, YouTube. But yeah, the only difference is like they did modify Eve's face. I've noticed that if you look at like modern Eve or like Eve in the game versus like older versions of her, this is a good example of her. She kind of looked more Korean in the past, whereas I think they kind of lean towards Eve sounding kind of looking, okay, for lack of a better term, they made her look more white. But I think they did that specifically because her English VA is very British, and they kind of just didn't want to like conflict with that. That's my theory. I don't have anything to back that up, but I think that's why they kind of made her look a little different, and that's why like facially it's not exactly the same, but like her body shape is based entirely upon this gal. She did it. She did all of it. So, like, again, that's another one of those copes. Like, oh, she's not based on real women. She's never seen a real life. They've never seen real women
video
before.
Game, but for some reason the West just can't seem to do it for whatever that reason may be, and then they lie to you and tell you, oh, it's too hard to make soft features for a woman's face. Yeah, that's complete obvious cope. Stellar Blade came out and shocked the world, and it did so in a beautiful manner to the point where everybody was coping about it. Everybody. You'd had multiple journalist outlets immediately attacking the game.
This is perfect. Again, this is exactly what they were doing. Celebrate in the male gaze. Let's read these headlines. Let's read a few of these. Oh god, I need to look at this more closely. Over hot characters is hilariously stupid. Your game makes me embarrassed to like. You're making me embarrassed to like Stellar Blade. Oh my god, even have the fucking Hulk there. Of course, he would be against that. Stellar Blade is a teenage boy's interpretation, I assume, of the perfect video game. Oh, look at it. It's so good.
Saying all kinds of nonsense about the game, the development.
And like I remember this too. They were reluctant to give it like above a 70 because like the game itself is good, but they can't give it anything higher than the 70 because they had to like be against all this. The male gaze, the horniness, the gooner bait. They can't like it. They have to hate it. They need to like make an example out of it.
How apparently,
but despite the 70, let me see. What's his current score now? Metacritic. Let's see. I know it's higher than they want it to be. It's an 81 right now. It's an 81 right now. 10. People who actually played it gave it like 80s and 10s and things like that. Let me see like the critic reviews. Let's look at the critic reviews. Like these are the people. Look, 9.2 when you look at like general players, regular gamers. 100, 190. Like these are people who like actually looked at it and are like, PC Magazine? Welcome back, Callie. Mayo gaze. The best gaze, actually. Welcome. But 90s. I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure some of these were originally like the 70s that we saw earlier, but they retroactively went back and changed it. Even here, IGN, they're like, it's a good game, poor, simple. Your Armada and the like. Okay, in terms of story, I will agree with that. I think the story is better in Nier Automata. But for a first-time game, for a studio that was like their first AAA title, it's still spectacular. Just into the Chris Road, even more. And I think we did talk about like how the game felt like it was dragging its feet a little bit towards the end. So like even I had my issues with the game, and I made them clear when I was playing through it. You can go back through my playthrough. I don't think it's a perfect game. However, going back to like these older reviews, it was very plain to see that there was in all these articles too, there was very much a vendetta against this game, specifically because of this. Because of Eve, specifically. They wouldn't call it male gaze if they had BS.
They don't know what real
because the male gaze failed.
It looked like how it's unrealistic standards. I mean, they were just getting completely and utterly devastated.
There's even some incredibly stupid, sexy outfits that hurt the game's story, but despite the forced sex appeal, I actually loved her detailed design.
By the amount of cope that was overtaking their brains at the time. So what I have here is a couple of screenshots showing just how bad the cope is. Now, I ended up getting this screenshot from an account called Red Joker Overall.
Look at this.
And they did try to take that
artwork, which was we removed the game. Yeah. This is like the one like catch that we did talk about a little bit about how Stellar Blade had censorship. I'm not gonna go into the spiel again, but the outfits were not censored. It was, in my opinion, again, no proper source or confirmation over this, but in my opinion, it was a disagreement regarding copyright issues on some of the outfits. They couldn't use the outfits verbatim, so they had to censor them, quote unquote. But in reality, they were just like changing them enough so that they could be legally distinct. But unfortunately, it made them like sexy. Let's be honest. But then they made up for it by adding new outfits, which were basically the same outfits, but like in a different color. And they, had the same cleavage and all that nonsense added back in. But there was this one thing, which was the hard R controversy. Let me find this. Hard R controversy. This was like stupid, and I'm so mad that they kind of caved for this. I mentioned this in my first actual playthrough of the game, because I actually played version like 1.1 or something of the game when this was still there. But yeah, there was like this hard and then R, like how you get it, hard R. People complained about that, and unfortunately the devs kind of caved and they did change it. It now says crime R, and this is how it is in the game, like to this day. It was a very silly thing, and I do think this is an example of censorship, especially censorship that was like pushed onto them. Like they specifically, again, there was a bunch of articles and game journalists kind of like bullying them essentially to doing this. But in the grand scheme of things, it's a minor little thing that's not really worth like complaining about. Like, we still technically we won. Crimers. Just South Korean devs like a knowledge on that type of stuff, and they unironically created a new word, crimer. I think crimer might actually be a actual slur. I might be wrong about that, but if it is, that would be even more hilarious. Anyway, it's a minor little thing. I don't think they were trying to make like a racist joke. It was just them doing it, and they kind of like panic and reversed it, which again they didn't have to, and it is a little bit of a bummer that they did, that they caved like that. But again, in the grand scheme of things, who cares? It's fine. Nothing really worth complaining about.
Found this game before it came out, and once they participated in, by the way, these journalists ended up doing their damnness to make Shift Up censor. They released it a couple of days. The game.
All right, I'm gonna go over these things. So it has 3 million copies. So that's a sequel. Oh yeah.
Doc and Charm. Stellar Blade's demo is an unexpected slap in the face. It says recently IGN France produced and published a preview of Stellar Blade containing an offensive passage.
If it's a slur, it says more about the type of person saying that.
Should have never been included.
Oh yeah. Well, I know what you're referring to. Excuse me, God. It's the orcs represent black people kind of argument. I think that's what you're kind of alluding to, Kelly, which is also really stupid, and we might talk about that later. Let's see.
The text now has been edited, and here's our official apology to the staff at Shift Up Corporation. Also, please note that IGN France is an independent branch of IGN. Cope.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah.
IGN. screenshots here, you have something that says Stellar Blade game over. So let's look at some of these screenshots here. You have something that says Stellar Blade preview shock and charm. Stellar Blade's demo is an unexpected slap in the face. It says recently IGN France produced and published a preview of Stellar Blade containing an offensive.
I think what happened here was they were like making an insult to the main director. I think in the original article, they actually said that the director they basically implied he was an incel, saying he's never seen a woman before, but he's married. Which and I think that's what they're referring to here, where they retracted that part of the statement, and then they're coping by saying, oh, by the way, IGN France doesn't represent IGN at large. We're just like a small subsidiary. Never mind that we share the same name, blah, 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 blah. Again, cope, like you
said. That should have never been included. The text now has been edited, and here's our official apology to the staff at Shift Up Corporation. Also, please note that IGN France is an independent branch of IGN. Cope.
Yeah.
Nonsense. If you look here, it says the game's design, especially its character.
Yes, right here. As well as actually a success. Let's be more. You have chosen to highlight the strengths of the female character, but where... Yeah, this part right here, a dog sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman. This is the part that they changed because, like, again, they were like implying that the director's an incel. Also, welcome, Blue Jay. Welcome to the platoon. Your complimentary body pillow is waiting for you in the barracks. Hope you enjoy. But yes, we are just talking about like the recent Stellar Blade drama and how it's kind of like just shot up to the charts. And apparently, game devs are trying to reverse course and say, actually, we love the game from the beginning. But this is all just like, what do you call it? Evidence to the contrary. Like, they were shitting on this game. This part in particular really, it really, I don't want to say grind my gears because that's like it's such an old man term. But it really gets me uppity. Okay, let me just read this verbatim. Game design, especially characters, has an obvious bias. We're going to smash some aliens. We can do it well. I said those gentlemen, that's a bonus. It's exactly success. It's nothing new, and the games have chosen to highlight the strengths of their female characters. But here's where this really gets me upset. The reference to Bayonetta and 2V. Okay, let's talk about Bayonetta and 2V. Let's talk about them real quick. Bayonetta. Let's get all the girls on screen because like I like to call these three the three horsemen of the apocalypse. Let's get these girls on screen. Actually, no, I'm gonna change my term. The three baddies of the apocalypse. Let's get them all up here. They have a good one. Okay, this is fine. This is good enough for like we're. Yeah. The three baddies of the apocalypse. Bayonetta 2B. This is a terrible picture. I don't like this at all. Like nothing against the artist, but this isn't good. Is this one fine? This one's a little better. It's Facebook, but whatever. This is good enough for her. I don't have a Facebook, so it's fine. On Tumblr, saw you realized that it happened and dropped. Oh, you got me on Tumblr? Damn. I'm surprised. I do activate my Tumblr, but I barely if ever get any like feedback on there. But thank you for coming to me through Tumblr. I actually appreciate that. Thank you. Hope you have a good evening. If you just came in to say hi, appreciate it, and thank you for the follow. My copy of Mean Girls. I wanted the body pillow. What are you talking about? The Mean Girls is the best gift I could give you. That is the best thing you could have ever gotten from the lottery pool. Tomb Raider, Bayonetta, Nier, 2B. I assume you mean like 2B. Life Up Chainsaw would be Julia. Wu Chang, First Descendant, Nick A, Expedition 33, even Sucksong. It's the feminist cycle. Let's be real here. Feminism hates women. That is true. But I want to talk about these three in particular. Okay, let's go back to that quote real quick. Where Bayonetta stands out with the iconic character design, or 2B from Nier Automata inspires an entire generation of cosplayer, E from Stellar Blade is just bland. A doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman. Bull fucking shit. And here's why. Bayonetta, 2B. I remember. I am a fucking old man. I remember when these two came out, these same sort of people who were writing articles like this, they hated these two. Anita Sarkeesian. Does everyone remember that bitch? She despised Bayonetta. 2B, same sort of people. the same sort of articles were coming out when Nier Automata was coming out. They hated these two. Everything that's happening to Eve today. She hated Peach Slim Ups. It's the same fucking thing. They hate these type of characters. That's why I call them like the three baddies, because they all went through the same treatment. They started out where, like, you know, people like us, you know, people like you and me, who just like attractive video game characters. The three badass sexy ladies. Yes, exactly. That's another good term for them. Thank you, baby. Attacked Tomb Raider eons ago. Yeah, like you could technically put Lara Croft in here. I don't really call Lara Croft because I wasn't really around back then, or if I was like a tiny little baby. But at the time, I remember Bayonetta and all the shit she got. I remember 2B and all the shit she got. And then I remember the Switch. There are articles about Bayonetta saying like she's an icon. She's an iconic representation of female sexuality. Her story is about the lesbian experience and about saving your witch girlfriend. The same thing happened with 2B. They hated her when she came out, and now there are articles and like recent articles, like I'm talking like the past like 5 years, about like how like, oh, she's iconic and beautiful, like, oh, her story is about loss and finding yourself and discovering yourself. And like, this is technically true, but they weren't saying that when they first came out. They hated these two when they first came out. And I think we're gonna see that we're gonna start seeing the same thing happen to Eve. They started as enemy number one, but then they eventually became like, okay, we talked about this like last night with Mizu. This is a word that they would use. They reclaimed them. They made it their own. They decided, they came up one day and decided, you know what, actually, these are good girls and they belong to us. No, you stupid bitch. They were never yours. They belonged to people like me, to people like you guys. The gamers, the gooners, the coomers, the fucking degenerates. That's what they were for. Yoko Taro? He's a fucking degen. And that's why we love him. He's such a cool dude who just likes talking about like his like waifus. Like, let me show you this. You guys remember when this happened? He was like, he had a 2B cosplayer came up to him, and he was like on his knees. I'm blocking it. Like signing her thigh, and he was just like so happy to see her, and like he was so excited when he saw this chick dressed up as his OC essentially. He is a fucking gooner. He is like all of us. He did not make these characters for like the game journalists who only after like 10 years come back and decide, oh, actually they're about us. Their stories are about us, and yada yada yada. It's a humble monoculus, homunculus back then, but still. Oh, but the Anita, she married. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh god, I we shouldn't be bringing that bitch up, but I just bring her up because like she was like the most famous Bayonetta hater. I'm not saying that she came around and decided that she likes Bayonetta now. I don't actually know what her opinion on her to this day is, but the fact remains, like the same people who were hating on Bayonetta decided that they like her now. Same people who were hating on 2B decided that they like her now, and those people are now today saying they hate Eve. Because, again, they were sexy, badass ladies in video games. And, like I said, like this is it in actions. They reclaimed Bayonetta, they reclaimed 2B, but they haven't decided that, oh, we need to reclaim Eve. Because Eve, as far as they're aware, not enough time has happened where they can take her and say that she's part of their group now. That's why they hate Eve. Because she's not theirs. In her own engagement ring. Love now. Holy shit. What a fucking narcissist bitch. Sluts. Let's just be honest. Anyway, that aside. I'm getting distracted. You guys are distracting me. The point is, I'm old enough to remember how this all happened. It's a cycle. They start off hating the character and then decide, actually, I like this character now. And what's really frustrating for me in particular is I've seen this with people I know personally. When Stellar Blade came out last year, I saw people who adore Bayonetta and who adore 2B were shitting on Eve. And I remember comments of like, oh, well, her game sucks. Like, the combat is like, doesn't look nearly as good as Bayonetta's. Or when we're talking about Eve, like, well, or 2B, well, 2B's way better. Like, she's less of a sex doll and more of like, you know, a hot gothic Lolita. And Jesus fucking Christ. We're gonna look at, not porn, but we're gonna look at some in-game footage, guys. Yeah, guys, she's not a sex doll. She's not supposed to be overly sexual or anything, guys. Never mind that, like, you can literally blow off her dress. Hold on. Never mind that there's literally a feature in the game where you can blow off her dress and have her run around like this. This is in-game footage. Yeah, she's not a sex doll, though. She's not supposed to be overly sexual or anything like that. Again, people I knew, people I talked to on a regular basis were making these comparisons. Again, direct comparisons, comparing Bayonetta to Eve or 2B to Eve, and saying how they were better. And like, mark my words, give them like 5 or 10 more years, they're gonna be coming around and be like, actually, Eve's great now. It's a cycle. It's gonna happen again. This is always how it fucking happens. It's just doesn't appeal to them equals it's bad. Basically, yeah. But the thing is, like, they eventually come to the conclusion that actually it does appeal to them. It's just it's not convenient to like it now, because right now, or at least like in past year, 2B, Eve and Stellar Blade was the Gooner game. It was the incel game. It was the porn game. It's not convenient to like them. The same people who like Bayonetta and 2B also like Eve, but a lot of them have the politics where they don't want to be labeled an incel. They don't want to be labeled a gooner or anything like that. So they have to like perform and say, actually, she's different, even though they're not really all that different. It's the same idea. A hot chick with a sword slicing up aliens. Like, that's why I compare them. So, like, again, the 3 baddies of the apocalypse, they're the same. They're the fucking same. The characters made explicitly to be sex symbols and also kick ass at the same time. They are the same. This is why, like, I know someone mentioned Samus. Yeah, you did, Callie. I wouldn't really count Samus into this group because Samus 99% of the time is always wearing her suit, and her suit isn't supposed to be explicitly sexual, you know? Like, you can argue that the Varia suit or like any of Samus's power suits are vaguely feminine. Actually, I would argue that they are. They're designed to look feminine because, like, they're very shapely. They have small waistlines, you know, slightly bigger butts and things like that. They are designed to look feminine, but they're not like, you know, 2B running out in her leotard or Bayo and E running around in what do you call it, in bodysuits and things like that. They're not she's not overtly sexual unless you're like in the Zero suit. But again, like the Zero suit, even the Zero suit is like 1% of the time in the entire game, the entire series, really. That's some shame, you know. They have shame of what they truly like. That's the best way to put it. You're right, Gabby. They're just ashamed. They're just ashamed. That's why they acted like they hated it. Oh, in the OG, if you win the hard mode, she strips down, so she's supposed to be like that. But since it's Nintendo, it's toned down back a bit. You are, I want to say, yeah, you are kind of right, but the point, if I remember correctly, in the original Metroid, the whole point of Samus being in the bodysuit it was less so to be sexual, and it was more so to be like, hey, by the way, the character you've been playing as this entire time, she's a girl. Like, I don't think it was supposed to be a sexual thing. It was literally just like, oh, by the way, you're playing as a girl, which was like a big, like, wow moment back in 80s. early 90s. I can't remember when exactly it was. Attack the first Metroid game. Okay, then they are. If that's, I want to see that, but you know what? You're not wrong. Like, look. Okay, this is subtle. It is. These people will attack anything. The reason why I'm specific, like right from the get-go, they were designed to be sexy from the get-go. I don't really think Samus was supposed to be that. Now, can I believe that, you know, feminists attack Samus? Absolutely, 100%. Like it goes well. Actually, no, I know for a fact that these game journalists have attacked Samus for being too sexual and things like that. I know that for a fact. But I don't think Samus was ever designed specifically to be a sex symbol. She was just supposed to be the badass bounty hunter. Whereas like these three characters were specifically designed and explicitly, it was in their very DNA from the beginning by the creators, by the designers, for them to be sexual. I mean, Bayonetta pole dances. So does, I think 2B pole dances too. And Eve, like, it's blatant. It's right there. She's supposed to be an angel. She's supposed to be humanity perfected. Things like that. They had a supermodel be her in-game model. It was that's why, again, that's why I separate the two. Don't get me wrong, I adore Samus. She's my favorite. Like, if I had to lump her into the group, Samus would be my favorite. But that's my reasoning as to why I don't really include her. Then I remember Pyrrha Mitra. Oh yeah, Pyrrha Mitra are also a really good example. I guess you could probably put them in the group too, because like they were designed to be sexy from the get-go. Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah. Like I said, it's from the get-go, and also like I said, it was like from day one they were being attacked. Like I said, I remember specifically when Bayonetta was being attacked, when 2B, and now Eve. And it's gonna happen again. We're gonna get our fourth baddie, and she's gonna go through the same thing again. Lara Croft is actually not a bad example too. One reason I would kind of exclude Lara Croft though is because, well, this is why. Whereas Bayonetta, 2B, and Eve still look like themselves to this day, Laura doesn't really look like Lara Croft anymore. Just saying. Like, you are right. From the get-go, she was attacked. Like, I'm not denying that. I do know about the history. But Bayonetta looks exactly the same, 2B looks the same, and so does Eve. Lara Croft, though, she's been acquired by new people. Well, that's created by Netflix. Well, it's not just Netflix. I mean, do you remember the reboot game? That's not Lara Croft. This is a scared child. That's not Lara Croft. All three of us create this too. You are right. It could eventually happen to the three. However, it hasn't happened yet. And I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. Bayonetta is old at this point. She's like over a decade old. I think the original Bayonetta came out in 2000. When did the original Bayonetta come out? I can't spell. 2009. She's nearly 2 decades old. Excuse me. Nier Automata came out in 2016, nearly a decade ago. And Eve is very new. So like you probably have like kind of like, it's very possible with her. But to even make that point too, search up 2B Siege. 2B Siege. What the hell is that? No, you don't need mine. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I remember this. I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah. I remember this. Okay, to be fair, this isn't official. This is for Siege, and nobody likes this at all. Lady from Devil May Cry. Oh, you're not wrong about that. Yeah, I remember what they did with the Netflix show. You're not wrong about that. It happened, Lamau. Her redesign wasn't a poorly received after the game came out because she's still hot, if not as overtly sexual, but also her game was good and fun. That is true. Also, like, we weren't, I would argue that the thing about the Lara Croft game, or the reboot, it was more because we weren't dealing, this was like the beginning of like, modern DEI stuff. We hadn't gotten to the point where, it was like normalized with like, you know, can I find the old one? This hadn't been normalized yet. When the first Lara Croft reboot game came out, this was like the beginning of it. Like I said, what I'm saying here is like we should have like recognized the signs from the get-go and really said no, this isn't right. So if a Netflix though too, but that's the thing though. The Lara Croft TV series is official. This is official. This is approved by the people who own the show. Whereas the 2BC's thing is like, this is not a canon outfit. This is just a costume. A very ugly costume, but it's just a costume. But if you look at every other time 2B appears in literally any other game, like Nikke, she was also in, what was the game? It was a fighting game. Guilty Gear. She was also in Guilty Gear. Because let's be honest, Yoko Taro kind of whores out 2B. She kind of goes everywhere. She's been everything and she's done everything. But the only example where they did her dirty was really just the Siege one. And yeah, I remember the Siege one. Yeah, the Siege one is really bad. And you can argue, yes, it is official, but it's just a skin. Whereas things like this is supposed to be 2B. This is her fighting in the Guilty Gear universe. 2B and Nikke. This is 2B fighting in the Nikke universe. Like, this is actually her, like, actively talking and, like, acting and, like, doing her thing in this universe. Like, I played the event. It's supposed to be 2B. She and 9S and her pod did a galactic warp jump into the Nikke universe. That's literally what happened. But with this thing, it's just a skin, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it even says right here it's a skin. Now, is this good? No, absolutely not. This is terrible. I was there. I'm 100% with you guys when I saw this. I was just as mad as everybody else. This is not a good change, and I was there with everybody calling it out with manly 2B. God damn it, it looks so bad. Ubisoft 6 2B and isn't going well. God. Oh my god. So stupid. This is so bad. But yeah, the point is, this was just a skin. That's not her canon design. This is canon. This show is canon. So far, I think Eve has only ever been in one other IP, which is Nikke. So I don't think this is a degradation of them yet. But I will acknowledge that you are not wrong, that eventually it could happen, and they could come to a point where they decide that, oh, we need to make 2B look hideous, or Bayonetta look hideous, or Eve look hideous. It hasn't happened yet, but it could happen. You're not wrong about that. He's also just a terrible game. That is also true. I mean, look at Modern Siege. Skins. And how goofy the game looks like to this day. Oh shit. C6 one skins. It's literally going underneath the Fortnite. Oh my god, what is that? It is doing the Fortnite-ification of the game. Is that Homelander? Oh my god. Yeah, Siege has gone the way of Call of Duty and Fortnite. You gotta make it pastel and ugly and bright and pink, and I like pink, and I think this is hideous. Yeah. Yeah, Siege is gone. It's lost its identity. 2B shouldn't have been in the game to begin with, honestly, because she doesn't match the aesthetic of the game. And then when they try to match her, you get you have to look at it again. 2B or C6. When you try to match her, she doesn't fit. It doesn't work. Anyway, like I said, that's why yeah, that's my whole thing, my whole spiel. It's gonna happen. Like I said, someday people are gonna go around and actually, Eve has always been great and wonderful, and we love her, and we always loved her. It's gonna happen. Just you see. Anyway, moving on.
There's highlights an obvious bias. We're gonna smash some aliens, but if we could do it, it's nothing. As an iconic character, Eve never did, and
yeah, he's basically just going through like everyone like
people that cheer the dick and ball physics in Baldur's Gate.
That's also true. People. That's also a really funny thing. Remember I said, like, I know people who personally hate Eve but love Bayonetta and 2B? Those are the same people who really, really like Baldur's Gate. And there's also happens to be journalists who unironically praise the jiggle physics on dick and balls in Baldur's Gate. And these are the same people who praise the bear sex scene. Does everyone remember that? Baldur's Gate 3 is so conflicting because it's unironically like a pretty good RPG, but it's glazed up by like the worst people.
3, but for some reason Stellar Blade is just too much, and it's so ironic because if we look back at that Digital Foundry video,
and there's nothing wrong with that, good sir. Like, I like Baldur's Gate as well. I really respect the series, and I own Baldur's Gate 3, and what I played of it, I actually really enjoyed. The problem is that the people who these type of journalists, this is what they're obsessed with. They don't want to talk about the combat or the story or the character the character development or anything like that. No. They want to talk about having sex with a bear. That's what they care about. Because to them, that's all that matters. The gay sex part, which is just, as a bisexual guy, it's just honestly kind of gross. I don't know. It's the hypocrisy of it. The zero-sum game. Remember, keep that in mind in the back of your head at all times. Yeah, it's the roast for D for not for me type. Exactly. Like, they'll bitch about 2B and her assets, but damn, those dick and balls, though. Look at how they jiggle in the wind. Oh, God. And this is like, again, as a bi guy, I actually kind of appreciate it because, like, I played the game. I don't have a ton of hours in Baldur's Gate. I think I have like 20 something like hours. Definitely not enough to beat the game. But I spent a lot of time on the character creation screen, and I noticed those physics, and I was impressed by them. But that's not the core of the game.
And Stellar Blade is just too much. And
hi, Gabby. Welcome on to Twitch.
If you look back at that Digital Foundry video, you're going to realize that the person in this Digital Foundry video, I don't know if you guys
know jiggle physics.
Where, but he has taken some very interesting pictures that clearly show that it's not just Eve wanted to be sexualized, apparently. Apparently, he also wants to be sexualized.
Look, I have nothing, obviously, I don't have a problem with, like, cross-dressing and all that. At least be cute. Like, at least when I do it, at least I'm cute.
Which I find a little bit strange. Like, I don't know why exactly you're wearing a Squirrel Girl outfit. I have no idea. Anyway, let's move on and let's continue. So we look at this post, and there's some more screenshots here. So everybody remembers that one. It says, yes, no problem. Go tell that to the women who are hit, killed, denigrated, or commit suicide because they cannot live up to fictional.
Okay, yeah, if you don't remember this, they were like just saying, like, just because Stellar Blade exists, women are gonna die, guy. Oh, yeah, this is also from the French article, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Because women cannot reach the standards of 2B. God damn it. See, they're so similar, I keep mixing them up. Because they can't reach the standards of Stellar Blade. Women are going to suffer because of it. Because of this fictional character. Yeah, guys. When I finish, I'll be honest, guys. I'll be honest. when I finished Stellar Blade, I really wanted to go out and beat some women. I couldn't help it. The game made me do it. Piece of fucking shit. This is so stupid. Someone unironically wrote this, and I think they actually believed it. Let's read it. It cannot live up to those standards. The problem is not sexy design itself, except that it sucks compared to others. Oh yeah, also it sucks, by the way. The problem isn't that it sucks, because it does. But the percentage of males who will only want this type of fictional body in reality. Obviously, we understand that this does not shock people who think that women are objects who must obey and be beaten. This is so funny. This design makes us sigh and roll our eyes as we laugh at anyone who needs it, man or woman. Oh yes. They're laughing as they talk about the serious issues of beating all the women. Now, just one sec. Can you say, look how that dick and balls jiggles in the wind? Is that good enough? Someone's wondering, man. What do you mean? What do you mean? Was that good enough, Gabby? I hope it was. If you need me to say it again, go ahead. Thank you for the 500 biddies. Thank you so much. God damn, what did I say? Thanks. Thank you for the biddies, Gabby. I'm glad I was able to get you going. Oh, that's so cool. It actually like pops up on the chat thing for you guys to look at. That's actually really cool. Thank you, Gabby, for the. I think that's like the most bits I've ever gotten in one go. Thank you so much. It's like $5, right? Thank you. Anyway, if you need me to say more nonsense, I will do it for money. Yes, I am a whore. How could you tell?
Standards expected by men. Again, they try to claim that Eve was completely made up and based on nothing in reality. Meanwhile, Eve's entire body, with the exception of her face, was based off a real Korean.
Turn that shit off.
Korean supermodel. And once they found that out, they stopped spreading that lie as well. Because again, this is all projection. This is them desperately trying to rationalize in their mind why they are the way that they are.
Is in relation to the controversy surrounding Stellar Blade's Eve.
Recognize this chick? We haven't talked about the Acolyte. Not properly, but we probably will someday. Oh yeah, that's one of the things that happened over the weekend. Didn't like Leslie Hedler, the chick who directed it, she recently did an interview where she basically just, you can sum it up as like, yeah, it's the fans' fault, we failed. And my counter to that is, well, Leslie, it looks like you failed to the power of many. Badoom tish.
It's perfectly fine to have an animation style, especially in a game.
But I remember
when
these
you're
interviews.
Appropriating someone else's image and then changing it, it becomes an issue.
And
whoa, what are you talking about?
Game, but when you're appropriating someone else's image.
Wait, appropriating someone else's image. We already talked about this, but 2B is based on a real woman. Like literally, the only thing they changed is like her face. And that's it.
And then changing it, it becomes an issue.
And that means you're probably gay.
I totally agree.
People are going to be jacking it off.
Oh my god, what is this?
So what if somebody is jacking it off to her? They paid the money.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Over here, we see the ass cheeks, which is I
forgot his name. I follow him, but I forgot his name. I think he runs like the Egg Roll podcast. He's very much like playing up the Asian.
Penis, dicks, ass, titties.
And not flattering, I don't think, for a modern audience. In comparison to something like Forspoken.
Oh my god.
Because mainstream outlets have often weaponized that against toxic fans.
You'd hope to see some progress. Guess it's a little disappointing.
Woke ideology under attack by a digital
female.
That's fucking stacked.
Is the game so basic and aggressively shallow that it might be a scam?
Jesus.
It says the problem is not the sexy design itself. It is, by the way, except that it sucks compared to others. But hey, that doesn't matter. Oh, by the way, I didn't even mention
it's gonna kill women. Yeah,
people who think women are objects who must throw.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of when like remember when the Joker came out? The first movie, not the new one. The new one's really bad. But when the Joker came out, everyone was like doom posting saying that it was gonna cause like shootings and things like that. And the funniest thing was, like the same weekend, there were shootings, but it was for like the Frozen 2 movie. Like someone like there was actually like a shooting at a theater where they were showing Frozen 2, not the Joker movie, Frozen. And like, yes, it's awful that happened, but also, God, the irony.
Bay and be beaten again. You're going way to the extreme, bro. It's literally just a video game, and you're talking about beating women and stuff. You guys are projecting majorly. This design makes us sigh and roll our eyes, and we laugh at anyone who needs it, man or woman, but that's it. That's certainly a clashing remark in text, which targets the entire creative process, not necessarily a specific designer or game director. This is obvious to anyone who knows a little French. Only has this impact because a good portion of gamers have become too fragile due to the being fed the patriarchy. And again, how much...
God, it always comes back to the patriarchy, doesn't it? And this also goes into like a wider issue of gamers not being able to just like say, I don't like this thing. It turns into a debate. Like, no other fandom, if you would call like gamers a fandom, gets like this much scrutiny. Like, the moment you speak up and say like, I don't like this, it becomes a wider issue. Like, you can't just be I don't like it. It has to be, oh, you're an is, you're a phobe, you're entitled, you're anything like that. Like, the term gamer man baby is just so artificial. We're just not allowed to speak up and say anything. Okay, go on.
Like, you don't hate game journalists enough, clearly. I mean, you got these people talking about anything other than the video game, right? They complain about YouTubers talking about anything but the game, but when we talk about the game, they're never there, right? Because they don't want to take part in that conversation. They want to talk about politics. They want to talk about misogyny. They want to talk about...
That is true. Also, I like to bring this up every now and then because, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just afraid of being, like, called a hypocrite or anything like that. So let me make it clear that yes, we do talk about this kind of stuff, and it does matter to me because we are kind of basically talking about the culture and the politics of it all. But really, I just want to. Ideally, I just want to play games. But I feel like I'm drawn into this conversation and just have to talk about it. And this happens to like other streamers too, where they're called fake gamers because they're talking about, you know, the problems with an industry when they're not supposedly not playing games. The biggest ones I can think of who get the biggest flack for this are Smash JT and Vera, who they get constantly called out. And I say called out, but it's like that's in like heavy quotations as like fake gamers. You're like, all they do is like bitch about games and like game journalists and game devs. They don't actually play games. And then if you go to their channels, let's use Vera as an example here. She's live streaming right now, and all her live streams are about video games. And like occasionally she'll do like one like this where she talks about like culture and politics and things like that. But the vast majority is video games. Like 4-5 hour plus streams of her talking about it. I stream like 6 times a week, but you guys know I only do like about 3 hours per stream. She does like 5+ hours per stream. Like, I need to get on her level because this is insane. Yeah, people who call her a fake gamer are like the biggest fucking morons ever. And the same thing applies to Smash JT. It's just that he has like a separate channel for it. Vera does it all on one channel. So yeah, it's just so funny when they try to call us out as like fake gamers. Like, oh, we don't actually play video games. We just like to bitch about them. No, we actually really like video games, and we do find time to play a lot of video games too as well. It's every game she sees. Yeah, that's another thing I really like about her. She'll play games that she fucking hates because she feels that she needs to give it a full fighting chance before she gives a proper critique on them. And that amount of video game, that amount of journalist integrity does not exist in the quote unquote professional outlets. You know, your Kotakus, your IGNs, your Polygons. They do not have that same level of integrity. And she actually goes in, and again, games she fucking hates, and she'll go in and play them all the way through to the end. Because she doesn't feel like she has the right to critique them or talk about them until she experiences them fully. Bless her. Bless her. Bless that woman, because like, jeez, I could not do what she does. Like, I'm already like burnt out on like games that even I like. I can't play for too long, but I don't know. Again, I wish I had that sort of stamina that she has. Yo, Aaron, how's it going? It's like about VG. I was seriously for years anymore. Unfortunately, they keep worming their way up into the spotlight, so we occasionally have to like bring them up. But welcome, Aranda. How are you doing? We're talking about Stellar Blade, and speaking of game journalists, yeah, we're talking about how like it seems like they're doing like a 180. I haven't seen the entirety of this video, but I think at the end they're gonna be like how they're talking about how they actually liked Stellar Blade all along. Okay, you get the gist of this, so we can go on to the next part.
Still did fairly well, sold a couple of million copies on PlayStation. The budget was fairly small considering it was a South Korean made video game.
It was apparently relatively expensive, but it definitely made its money back and then some. Like, it's like on PlayStation alone, it was a absolute success.
But the good part about all of this, and the part that everybody was waiting for, was for the eventual release on
Hopefully
PC.
we can hang out a little
and that's
bit
what
before you
brings
have to
us
head
to
up.
this post from Genki. It says
Oh, that's
shift
so
up
good.
release.
I wanna. Oh my god! I wish I could draw like that.
Was for the eventual release on PC, and that's what brings us to this.
That looks so good. I wish I could draw like that. Is there like a? Is this online? Can I get like a full properly high definition version of this so I can use this as a reference?
Post from Genki. It says Shift Up released a chart showing that
Yeah, we saw
Stellar Blade
this.
is the best-selling PlayStation exclusive single-player. Helldivers 2.
Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about, the cope, where people are like, Helldivers 2, actually, it's the best actual PlayStation exclusive, and that's not true. This guy's also kind of wrong, too. The chart is talking about, games that were originally exclusive on PlayStation. Helldivers was never a PlayStation exclusive. It was published by Sony, and it was, but it released on both PC and PlayStation 5 and PlayStation. I think it was on 4 maybe too as well. Day one. So this guy is just blatantly wrong. This guy's also kind of wrong. I'm sorry, Genki, but you are technically wrong here. It's not about single player games. It's about games that were started as PlayStation exclusives, eventually came to the PC.
459k peak, my guy. You clearly.
It's a close up of that nice drawing in pencil. This isn't hard. What's hard? I'm scared to ask. What's hard? Or even bringing up Helldivers too low. Yeah, exactly. Like it's like I don't know. This guy's just being. I don't know who this guy is. He doesn't really matter. It's just I just thought this was like a really stupid comment.
You clearly.
Because like this happens every time. Like I said, Eve kind of brings out this like unreasonable primal rage in people, in Stellar Blade in general. Like they just feel the need to like hate on and like prove that it's the bad game, and that's why you get like comments like that.
Can't read, bro. Let me read it for you.
Savvy, Vera, and Kirsha were a bunch of mainstream journal ends up losing all their argument. Oh yeah, because they literally can't just. They do what they are supposed to be doing. Yeah, like Savvy, Vera, and Kirsha are like actual journalists. That's why they hate them. Not because they're racist, not because they're women who are quote unquote pick-me's or anything like that. No, they hate them. Well, they probably hate them because of that too, but they hate them primarily because they do their jobs better than they do, and they do it for free. They're not part of any official publishing thing or anything. They're all indie, and they're basically their own bosses, just running it out of like their bedrooms.
Again, this chart is for PlayStation exclusive.
You mean Helldivers? I think Helldivers. If you're talking about Helldivers, it's in a weird place right now. Well, I don't want to talk about it today, but Helldivers is in a bad spot. You're not wrong about that. I'm not even excited for the new update, even if like I really actually like that new minigun. It looks really cool, but I don't want to play. I don't want to play the game. I don't want to grind for that. I don't care anymore at this point. It's just the thing. It goes up for like a week when new content drops and goes back to like down like a tide. Yeah, it just can't be consistent too because of how badly it is.
Punches that eventually
anyway, the point is that guy was wrong. We're talking
this
about
is not for video games. They're released everywhere on day one. But again, people they go immediately.
That corpse and kill it. You're not wrong. That's kind of what the maybe like next week. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll go into like a deep dive into what's going on with Helldivers because that's a game like I care about, and I have so many hours in that game too. But it's like an abusive relationship, and I'm the one being abused.
To the cope, they don't even bother trying to read and understand what they're looking at.
You're fine
but
for
anyway,
a couple of hours.
This chart
Do I even want to give it those hours? I'd rather play the Citadel because I've been playing that recently. And it's like it's so good. This is just a fun single player game. I don't have to worry
all the way
about anything.
in last, by the way, at 37 released on PlayStation. Now I know a lot of people have here. We have one from a writer called Maxime Claudel saying Stellar Blade is sexist, but his developer does not see the problem. Guess what? Nobody else saw the problem either. We have this person called Shannon Liao over on X saying, "New, what's behind the controversy around the upcoming PlayStation 5 exclusive Stellar Blade? Issy Van der Velde dives into the game's sex appeal, Orientalism, and
Orientalism. The game is made by South Koreans. If there's like any like Orientalism, it was there because they themselves added it. You know, like the people who normally would be subjugated to Orientalism."
Whether it panders to the male gaze.
Oh my god, there it is again,
bro. Who cares?
My favorite word, male gaze.
Clearly, there are way more people looking for that sort of pandering than there is looking for LGBTQ pandering. I'm just being real with you, man. The numbers prove it.
I didn't even know about that.
Booty Adams saying also been thinking about the weird over-sexualization of the main character in Stellar Blade and how Gamergate.
Who are these people? I think like these are just like washed up journalists because like I imagine a lot of these people have lost their jobs like in the past year.
Folks are losing their minds to make a point. Had to share this. Nobody was losing their minds but you guys. And the only reason why people were sharing screenshots and video of Eve doing very interesting things is because we knew it pissed you off. We knew that by sharing those clips and sharing those screenshots, you guys would lose your collective fucking minds.
Remember Latinx? Oh god, do not tell me about Latinx. God damn it. God, as a guy who's actually Hispanic and lives in Texas, Jesus Christ, do not tell me about Latinx. I'm just so happy that's kind of dying. Like I remember in university, I saw like a display like Latinx books, and I wanted to tie. Thankfully, I haven't seen anything like that like in any sort of like bookstore or library or anything like that recently. I think it died down fairly quickly because, like, you know, people like actual Hispanics fucking hate that term. It's fucking bullshit.
With two people watching, basically both of you watching yourselves, we knew that you were going to do that. We knew you were going to lose your mind, and the trolling hit an all-time peak as the game eventually came out to release on PlayStation, and after fact, it got even worse.
It's my girl, Raven.
PC, forget about it. The mods. You guys lost your mind at the mods. Again, guys, you have this entire history of Stellar Blade being completely attacked by multiple game journalists and media.
Okay, here's like
quite frankly,
the
because
reversal.
they don't
I think
like
we're gonna see.
East. They can't stand it. They know that the East is heavily sought after and praised by a lot of the chuds online.
Really cute outfit.
Your average gamer, the people that actually buy video games.
Well, I'm seeing outfits I haven't gotten, and I want them.
By a lot of the chuds online.
I love being a chud.
Your average.
Yeah, I want this outfit. What is that? It looks so cool. God damn it. I gotta go back and play again, don't I?
Gamer, the people that actually buy video games
I
and play
need
them
all
every
these.
day.
I need all
the ones that beg for free review codes, and if they don't get them, they melt down online. These are the games that people want to play. Stellar Blade is a game that a lot of people want to play. Even people that otherwise would ignore a video.
Still like nearly 10K, and it's a single player game. Remember that. Like once you play it, you're kind of done. You don't really have to go back to it.
Game like this, they still ended up checking out eventually, especially when it went on sale. And clearly, looking at Digital Foundry's videos
like,
and
what,
the screenshots that this person decided
lifespan?
to take as a picture for some odd reason, it clearly shows projection. It shows that all these people do is project. They project gooner bait, they project misogyny, sexism, whatever words they want to use, they project it onto you, and they claim that you are doing what they do every day.
Yeah, exactly. Like we were saying earlier, like nobody hates women more than other women. I can't remember who said it. It was like it was Callie or Gabby, one of you two said it. But yeah, that's why that's one of the reasons they hate. And like, hey, yeah, going back into like Kirsha, Vera, and it was you, Gabby. Okay, Kirsha, Vera, and Savvy. They don't hate. They hate her. They hate them specifically because they're women who speak out against this kind of stuff and who are like quote unquote on our side. Again, nobody hates women more than other women, especially when when the women that they're criticizing are stepping out of line. Why do so many femboys live such conference sex? I've noticed that too. I don't know why. It's weird, but you're not wrong about that. I don't know why. There seems to be a lot of femboys in Texas. I mean, I'm fine with that. Hopefully I'll find my femboy husband someday around here. Never stepped foot in the USA in my entire life. Benui people treat Latinx down here as a slur. Oh, you're from Latin? Yeah. I heard that too. Either I seem like you're from Mexico or somewhere in Latin America. It doesn't matter really, but I know that a lot of like actual, Latinos actually fucking hate Latinx. And while unfortunately, there are a lot of like ideologically captured Hispanics. Thankfully, a lot of us, there still are plenty of us who roll our eyes or just straight up like vehemently hate that term. Don't worry. I think most Latinos, Hispanics hate that fucking term. Thankfully. Unfortunately, I know a few who were all for it and who absolutely adore that term. Most of them were women, and most of them had rainbow hair and nose piercings. Yeah. Thankfully, I don't talk to them too often. It's competition. You bring down, just uglify your competition to make you look better. That is true. Again, it's it's funny too because the entire time we've been joking about damn, when girls fight, it gets really vicious. And in the game, right? But in real life, it kind of is like that. It just takes the form of more. It's less visually stunning in real life. That's just the thing. Also, Attica, welcome. We're talking about girls fighting other girls because it keeps happening. Why? I love women. Come from Texas, same. They confuse me, but I still like them. See, that's why you're a femboy, because you're from Texas. If you're from Texas, you're canonically a femboy, I guess. The state with the largest concentration of furry conventions. I didn't know that. That's true. It's kind of funny. All the IT workers live there, I think. And yeah, all IT workers wear programmer socks, and if you wear programmer socks, you're a femboy. Good IT
single day. It's apparently bad for
Pays
you to
well.
look at Eve and say, wow,
I would do
she
that
looks really
nowadays
good.
if I
But
could.
apparently
I
it's
could go back to
perfectly
school.
fine to look at a Minotaur and want to get...
We never properly got to this. I wanted to talk about this book, but it's just more of the hypocrisy, You're not allowed to like this, but let me talk about my milking Minotaur cum book and all the... Yeah.
railed in every single hole imaginable,
The boy
only to get
kisser
covered in...
I think I know what you're talking about. Let me see. Is this the one? Yeah, I remember this character. You like kissing boys, don't you? I mean, he's pretty cute. I'm not gonna deny. It's a cute art style. Okay, that just looks a breedable face. It's the same. Even got a meme for this, bro. What the fuck? Like kisser anatomy. Ears fluffy, forehead for kissing, eyes cutest, fur idea for petting, tail pretty, fur super fluffy. Where's the part where it's fur for taking absorbing all the cum or something?
all kinds of funky milk.
What does that have to
because, well,
do with IT now? Programmer socks. It's for, you have to wear programmer socks if you're IT, and if you're wearing programmer socks, you're a femboy.
Reasons, right? Safe, horny, whatever
Yeah.
you want to call it. That's what they say. That's what they do all the time. Now, there's one particular post
Yeah,
that I
safe,
want to
horny.
go
Again,
over
that's a
that
whole
comes
other
from
thing
my
to talk
friend
about,
over on
safe,
X,
horny.
Mugen Lord, and he ended up quote tweeting something that I reacted to on stream, but it is very, very prevalent to even today. So he ends up quote tweeting an account called Permaban that showcases an
what is
old
this about?
GDC footage, which stands for the Game Developers Conference. It is a video from the Fez developers way back in the day when Fez was popular, and obviously every single one of them are your typical typical Western developers, and a Japanese developer ends up coming up to the stage and asking, was there any video game from Japan that you were inspired by?
I
And
remember
the
this.
answer showcases exactly what the Western mindset is, both in gaming developers and gaming media, exactly where the mindset is for the East. Let me show you this video. It's going to probably piss you off because this guy was really nice.
Remember when we talked about how localizers treat Japanese games and how like you don't hate localizers enough? How they just straight up just look down upon Japanese developers and their products, their art, their games, all that. This is just like basically it's another step into like another view into what they're doing and how they view how Western developers view Eastern developers.
About it, and they were just absolute dicks. Check this video out.
Was that? Yeah, the IT was what created the Femboys.
And as a Japanese, and my question is, and what could you tell me what kind of about recently Japanese? What do you think about the recently Japanese game?
Is it what is about Japanese games that inspired us?
Recent.
Oh, recent
I'm sorry.
They suck. I'm sorry. Like, you guys need to get with the times and make better interfaces and like update your technology. We're totally kicking your ass. Back then, you guys were the king of the.
Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. It's just, honestly, it really kind of is just racism, isn't it? They look down upon them and see them as lesser than the Western they just look down upon the East and to see themselves as better than them, and like they think that they're the hegemony, the ones that are like pushing the envelope, but like which side of the market has been failing the past like 2 years now? We're at the end of 2025. 2024 was kind of where it like really started like picking up, but which side of the market has been like absolutely crushing it while the other one has been burning and screaming for help? It sure as hell wasn't the West that was winning. And the same thing can apply to like media, any other source of media. Like, what was the most highest grossing movie in theaters this year? Oh yeah, it was Chainsaw Man. You know, a Japanese anime movie. What was the most has been the most popular comic book in the past couple of years? Oh yeah, it was Demon Slayer, a Japanese manga. Which is the video game, which is the PlayStation exclusive video game that has absolutely crushed the PC market? Oh yeah, it was Stellar Blade, a Korean-made game. These people are their heads are so far up their own asses, they can't even see that they're inside a burning building. But they will keep denying it again and again and again until they lose their jobs. But the market's shifting, and they need to realize that they need to like shift course, otherwise they're fucking screwed. I remember this video. I actually saw this like a year or two ago. And this interview is actually from like 2015, I want to say. These are the developers of Fez, and you guys remember Fez? It was like the darling. Let me see. This game. This game was like the darling of the indie scene for a while. Here's the thing: despite how well it was received, it released over a decade ago. And the studio hasn't done anything since. And then these guys, these same developers, are sitting on this panel and are laughing at this poor guy over here, acting like they're like the top of they're the big show, like they're at the top of their game. When was the last time you've done anything worthwhile? Because it sure as hell wasn't recently. It's just, God, the
Japanese game.
Is it, what is it?
Like all these fuckers, they think they're such big hotshots. It's just, God, it's so, the irony of it. It's just fucking hilarious. Jesus, comedic irony. Saying what a slothful means, but it wasn't as online as it was back then. Yeah, slothful's kind of converted a lot of people to becoming femboys, or at least bi. Same with Bridget. By the way, Bridget's a boy. That's full of shit. Yeah, these guys are fucking morons. Who are those guys? Answer the question. Fez devs, the guys who made this game. Again, like it's a good game. It still has a 9 out of 10 on Steam. If I found it. Like, you can still buy it today. Still very positive. But let's see something. Oh. That must have been a mistake. Let me press the developer button. Okay, developers. Polytron Corporation. What games have they made since Fez? Back in 2015. Oh, actually, this game came out in 2013. I think that might have been like the beta version. What have they done since? Oh. Well, that's embarrassing now, is it? It's like all our media is being sabotaged. If people are surprised as to why they could possibly fail. Yeah, like they're in a burning building, and then they're surprised when you say, "Hey, you should probably get out of here." And then they call you an Islamophobe or whatever for making that suggestion. Like, "Hey, maybe you should change course and try something different." No. We're exactly where we need to be, or at least that's what. In their opinion, that's what they're going. God damn. Over a decade old, and they haven't done anything since. And then they're over here laughing at this guy. If I remember correctly, I might be wrong about this, but I think this guy went on to work for Square Enix. And Square Enix has its problems too. I'm not going to deny that. But how many games has Square Enix made since 2012, 2013? Probably more than these bastards. Just saying. This guy is he's an actual game developer, and he's actually gone on to do things. And these guys are laughing at him. Never heard of it, though. I mean, it's an old game. I'm not gonna deny that, but I remember it. This was like one of the darling indie games of like kind of like the golden age of indie games. I'm talking like the era when games like Super Meat Boy, Binding of Isaac, what was another one that came out? Bastion. Like when those games came out, this was like one of the ones that was up there with them. Like the early 2010s were like in my opinion, like probably like the first golden age of indie games. So, and this was one of them. This is one of the ones that everyone was talking about how great it was. Like I remember a friend in school telling me how awesome this game was, and like this is the shit, and he's like, I should get it, and I never got it, and I kind of feel bad for not getting it. But you know, after seeing what those devs ended up becoming,
your technology.
After seeing what they've gone on to become, you know what? Honestly, you know what? Fuck it. They don't deserve like $10 or so that they would have gotten back then. Connect this racism against Asian. Wait, what? Connect this racism against Asian with the Latinx stuff. They being incapable of differentiating Lucian and Hispanic, and how every woke black character is strong, independent, aka aggressive, ugly, lonely women. Being incapable, I assume is what you mean. Different Lucian. I mean, it all kind of comes from the same place. They can't. It's a need to like elevate us, or like elevate POC people of color, whatever. But at the same time, they also have to like lump them into a group of, again, the people of color group. Is that what you're asking for? Because like that's kind of what they do. Like it's a need to like differentiate / organize us into like readable categories. And also, but they don't actually understand the people in those categories, so they just end up coming off as more racist than anything. And this is also like another good example, but again, they just like they see themselves as better than them. The 3D game, there were a lot of very interesting games from that era. Yeah. Like I said, that was like probably like the first golden age of this 2012, like 2010 to like 2015. That was like the first like golden age of indie games. It's kind of coming back again, like. indie games are crushing it right now, especially when it comes to versus like AAA market, which is good because like, you know, AAA games cost way too much, and whereas indie games, they usually keep it in that like $20-$30 range, and you're still getting a full experience with actual passion and people behind it. But yeah, from this era, this is like the first era of that kind of period. I thought I saw somebody had a death grip on my life around that time. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Hear about that hours ago. I mean, it was a interesting period. I mean, 2012 was a interesting year. For if anyone remembers the 2012. I don't know. I was still a kid back then, so I was kind of just goofing off, you know, in band practice, playing Pokemon and shit like that. So, but I hope you've recovered from that. It's crybullying, pretending to be the victim that will being, well, also put them in power. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. The appeal to the victimhood. If you are the victim, you're the one who deserves the most privilege, basically. The privilege of being a victim, basically. Again, these are all. There's so many terms and ideologies and practices that we can go into, but like, oh, we only have like an hour left at most. Actually, I don't know if we're gonna even go a full other hour. We'll see. Saber complex. Yes, you're right. It's literally the white saber complex, but they don't want. They would take out the white part. So yeah, the saber complex is probably more appropriate. Like, you don't know what's good for you, so they'll tell you what you need to do. And unfortunately, it also kind of spreads to the point. Like I mentioned how you know, most Hispanics hate the Latinx term, but I am aware of other Latinos who kind of like jumped on that and like were touting it. It kind of becomes like, you know, they become their puppets for their cause. You know, they're willing to spread their ideology for them because they bought into it a long time ago. The Latinx thing was just like the first iteration, was just the newest iteration of that ideology. But again, thankfully, the vast majority of us were like, no, and it didn't stick. It didn't last for very long. Though, if it ever I know these kind of people. If they ever got an opportunity to do it, they would absolutely put that X up there again if they could. Thankfully, I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. Okay.
We're totally kicking your ass. Back then, you guys were the king of the world, but
no games since 2012.
Your time has passed.
Your time has passed.
I'm so sorry.
Did you look at his face? Look at what you did, Phil.
I have a
like he. Yeah, they actually, like, they just straight up bullied this guy. And they had nothing to back it up with, which is like makes it even worse. Like it's like getting bullied by like the kid who's sub 100 pounds and it's like 5'2". Like they have no reason to be able to like do this to you. Yeah, because you're polite. You're not willing to like fight back. Oh god, I was sitting up for 40 hours straight, camping rare respawns, and wow, you know what? That sounds like a good life, honestly. I kind of wish I lived through that.
game design comment that
There was a lot going on for that during the summer piece. Oh, you mean the Summer of Love? I remember that. Also, hey Jesse, how's it going? Welcome. We're talking about game drama and Stellar Blade and how it's like the best game ever.
So hateful.
You guys need to control more opioids.
No, this is well, I mean, I don't like Japanese games either.
This has been a problem for a really... Okay, I'm gonna bring up the video again. I'm bringing up the video. I'm bringing it up. We need to like dedicate a stream to just watching it. What the fuck was it called? Where is it? This video. We need to like dedicate a stream to just like watching this. It's like an hour-long video, so we'll probably be here for like 3 hours just like discussing this one thing. But it's so fucking god damn it. Can't speak and I'm dying. Oh, hold on, I need a drink. This has been a problem with the West looking down upon Japanese dev and the East in general for like the past. This has been the thing since like the 90s. This video again, it's like a really good representation of it because like it even brings up examples that were happening in Pokemon, the original Pokemon games, the original Red and Blue. This has been happening for so long. When did the original one? I think it came out late 80s, actually. No. It came out in 1996, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 1996. So it's... this mentality... Oh, like, I just hate Japanese games. It is just plain... This is actual racism. And it's been happening for so fucking long. We need to watch this video someday. Like, again, modern versions of this take the form of, like, you know... sexing down characters and making politically correct comments and things like that. But it was a problem even back then where people were actively plagiarizing the works because they thought they could do better. They could make the game more interesting, make it more funny, things like that. Or they thought that their systems were better, like that moron over there in like the thick glasses was saying. They put out one game, it does well, and they act like the shit smells like roses. Basically. Again, nothing since 2012. Oh yeah, and then this happened. As if like the last year or two hasn't happened. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. Like, these people have been losing their jobs. They've been dropping like flies the past year or so. And I don't even know where these the Fez devs are at this point. Probably not doing anything related to games.
So you can clearly see that you could call it racism, you could call it envy, you could call it whatever, but these people are on their high horse, and they truly stay with this particular mindset today. The only difference is that, while you're not exactly high anymore, you guys are getting absolutely destroyed by the East, because I don't know if you're aware,
never found that
you guys have
either.
lost 50 to 60,000 plus people laid off in just the last year to two alone in the Western gaming industry. The East is not firing people. They're not getting rid of people.
That's not correct. The East has fired some people, but they were mostly Westerners.
If anything, Shift Up was giving people promotions. They were giving people increased salaries. They were giving them PlayStation vibes after the success of Stellar Blade.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Like, as a success for because of the success of Stellar Blade, they actually gave a bunch of PS5s to the developers as like a thank you, or as a bonus for like all the hard work they did. They were just giving them out PS5s, whole ass PS5s.
From Software giving people raises, all these Eastern studios giving people raises and helping them live a better life and celebrating their success, while you're over here bitching on LinkedIn with hashtag ready for work, desperately looking for a job because you got felted and now you got to be welcomed home.
I'm pretty sure we've already gone over like some of these. We don't have to like bring up the sources or anything. You guys know that Western devs have been dropping consistently the past year or so.
You guys are an absolute joke, and this lack of humbleness, this complete, like...
To be fair, that interview, that panel we saw, that's from like 2015 or so. So it's not recent. That being said, it's the same mindset that a lot of these people have. They just straight up just look down on Eastern devs and just see them as lesser. I'm just saying, like, for those devs in particular, they're not part of these recent firings. They probably lost their jobs back in like 2019.
I don't even know what to even call it at this point. All I know is whenever I see this video, it reminds me exactly what the Western gaming industry is about. It's about people that are pretentious twats that are out here pretending as if they're so high, morally superior over everybody else, loving to tell you what to do, loving to tell you how you're a terrible person, loving to tell you what your ideology should be and base it off of theirs. And meanwhile, they're the ones who are getting completely wrecked by people that don't want to buy their absolute slop. That's really what it is. Nobody wants to buy their crap. And out of, 9 out of 10 video games that end up flopping that they do, sure, 1 out of 10 usually end up doing okay. And that's because they normally have a pre-established franchise is going to.
I can't even think of a recent quote-unquote woke game that did very well Veilguard was an absolute flop. They've been trying to tell us that AC Shadows did well. It didn't. I don't know if we have time to go into it, but recently they had a DLC. It was supposed to have a 2-parter. They canceled the second part like straight up. Nobody bought it apparently. And people were probably making fun of it too. I think they were actually targeting people on Twitter, telling copyright claiming their videos or screenshots of the game, making fun of I think it was like Attack on Titan. Come on, guys, why are you partnering with these clowns? But yeah, it didn't go well. AC Shadows they don't want to admit it, but it tanked. I can't think of anything. Veilguard didn't do it. Suicide Squad didn't do it. The closest thing I can kind of think of maybe Arc Raiders, but that's not woke though. It just has like, ugly character design. But like I said, just because the characters are not attractive does not mean it's woke. It just means like they're appealing to the setting. They're not doing it because for ideological reasons.
Them sales anyway, at least to get them back to profitability. But overall, that doesn't happen most of the time. So you can have your little wins every now and then, but 9 out of 10 times you guys are losing, and it's obvious for everybody to see. So you guys let me know in the comments down below after diving down into history of Stellar Blade and seeing where they're at now. Let me know in the comments, what do you think about all this?
All right. God, it's like Rant Sauna scares me. But yeah, that's basically it. Just that. I don't know if we have time for this one. Maybe we'll think about that. I really wanted to get to this because this was interesting. But yeah, where's this at? Okay, we're good. But yeah, to wrap that up really quickly, I think I mentioned this at the end of our Stellar Blade playthrough. It is such a good thing that Stellar Blade is doing good, and like all this stuff regarding like that video from Hypnotic going over like the history of the games industry, kind of like attempting to assassinate Stellar Blade and ruin it, and try to like paint it as something, and using all their might to try to like get it to flop, and then utterly failing. That's why it's good that it's doing and did so well. I did say, and I still stand by this, Eve from Stellar Blade has kind of become the face of like Gamergate 2, the Resistance, or whatever you want to call it. It's become the face. She's become the face of us, like pushing back against this nonsense and telling them, no, we want attractive video game characters. No, we want fun games. No, we don't want politics in our games or ideology pushed into our games, because there's a difference. We just want games to be, like they were in the past. We want them to be fun and great again. Oh no, I said the line. But yeah, that's why it's so important that Stellar Blade did so well, and it humiliated these people so thoroughly. Because it's just, like I said, it's become the symbol. Eve is the symbol. She's our Joan of Arc in a way. The shining light, the shining angel that's like guiding this cause forward. And they hate that. They hate that we have that. And that's why they targeted her so directly. And that's kind of like why she became the symbol, because she was so heavily targeted. So we need more like these. We need more baddies of the apocalypse, like I mentioned. I guarantee you, Eve is not going to be the last one. Like 5-10 years from now, these same kind of people are going to be like, actually, Eve's great. We love her. She's so pretty. Oh my god, her story is so inspiring. Blah 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 blah. Oh, actually, I mean, Stellar Blade basically has a lesbian subplot in it, and they're gonna latch onto that. They're gonna suck that shit up years from now, because they need to reclaim it. They're gonna latch onto whatever they can find and say that it was theirs all along. And then the cycle's gonna repeat again. We're gonna have another Eve, another Bayonetta, another 2B. And all the people who decided, oh, actually we like these characters now, they're gonna look at this new girl and they're gonna be like, actually she's a fucking whore and we hate her. it's gonna happen again. When we get the 4th baddie of the apocalypse. Just you wait, like, mark my words, it's gonna happen again. And I'm gonna be even older man then, and I'm gonna be laughing my ass off still, and I'm still gonna be gooning it at the same time. They will try to subvert it sooner or later. Yeah, exactly. It's it just keeps happening. But again, at the same time, like, it's a very important win, and it's not the turning point, but it's a very a big milestone in the turning point that is, like, you know, shifting back towards making games, you know, just fun and letting us enjoy things and making, you know, good games again. So yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up again. We'll probably not really talk about Stellar Blade too often, unless something else happens. I mean, of course, we're going to be playing Stellar Blade 2 when it eventually comes out, but that's for later. But I am looking forward to the to all the discourse that's going to come out, because I imagine these people still have some fight in them left, and there probably will be plenty of people bitching about Stellar Blade 2 when it comes out, and I'm going to be there laughing along with you guys, because it's going to be glorious. Laughing your ass off or playing Loose Interest is what they have to say, because you're already seeing the film 3 times already. Basically, yeah. I've resorted to just laughing, but it's so predictable. It's so like I said, I saw Bayonetta. I saw it happen to her. I saw it happen to 2B. I knew people. I can't stress this enough. I know people personally who love Bayonetta and 2B, who absolutely hate Eve. And I can absolutely see those same people, again, 5-10 years from now, flipping the switch and deciding, actually, I like her now. And it's just, I mean, I guess it's like a wider thing of, with time comes fondness. That's how the saying goes, I think. But it's just funny to, like, compare, like, how they acted in the past to, like, what they're eventually going to be acting like in the future. Like, it's gonna happen. You're gonna see it. But yeah, like you said, Aaron, like, the best you can do is, like, either ignore it, or, like me, I like to laugh at it and just make fun of it, because it's just funnier that way. All right, moving on. We talked about Stellar Blade a lot, and we are like 3 hours in. I think we might go like another hour, so we'll see what happens. Because we have so much more to talk about. Oh no. I kind of want to get to this. This is, like, just interesting. It's kind of minor. The Bloodlines game completely, utterly flopped. Which I'm not surprised by. You know what, let's just go through this really quickly.
Things are going really poorly over at Paradox Interactive. Before Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 even released...
Oh, are we gonna see my favorite character again?
Teasers and trailers were getting wrecked by gamers. Now that it's out, it's got an extremely low score. There's been so many videos floating around the internet showing off this title's terrible quality. And now we're finding out that they have taken the blame for the poor sales and announced a $37 million write-down. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships.
There's just
now,
some people,
I do
like,
understand
it's
that,
actually
yes,
alright.
a publisher can be at fault for a title failing. They rushed the developers to the finish line. They set unrealistic goals.
37 million
the
right
developers,
now.
in my opinion, are still to blame because they are the ones who wrote an extremely progressive script. They are the...
I primarily blamed, like, the lead writer, because, like, she went in there, I forgot her name, but, like, if you look at, like, her early interview, she went in specifically saying, we're gonna make this a modern version of Bloodlines. It's like, we're gonna throw out all the sexism, all the racism, all that. Like, it was very blatant that, like, what she was going for with this game, and I think she's primarily the one to blame for this.
Ones who decided to do away with some of the very important features. They are the ones who chose the general aesthetic, which in my opinion was...
But also, to be fair, modern Bloodlines, like canon, modern Vampire Masquerade World of Darkness is not much better. If anything, her story in this game is very accurate to what the modern manuals tell you to do.
Awful. in this game, and really, they just didn't put their best foot forward. But while Paradox is taking the blame, and some people might change their opinion on this, I'm not going to, personally. So publisher Paradox Interactive has taken the blame for the poor sales of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. The long in development sequel launched in October and was met with a mixed Steam user review response, with fans saying it failed to meet the expectations they had for the sequel to the 2004 classic, and only a couple of weeks after release it went on sale, though Paradox has issued a note to financial markets signaling a write-down valued at 355 million SEK, or approximately $37 million of capitalized development costs for Bloodlines 2. This write-down, Paradox said, was based on an updated sales forecast. Now, it has had a month to look at Bloodlines' commercial performance, which is bad. You let everybody down. You created a game that nobody wanted. We expected you guys to do better, and it's not.
This is Cope right there. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is strong. Vampire fantasy. That is fucking Cope. I think they're just trying to save face here. So, from what I understand from so far, Paradox is the publisher. The actual developers was the Chinese room, I believe. Let me just check that real quick. Yeah, the Chinese room. And this is just Cope. They don't want to. They're trying to save face to try to make the Chinese room look good. And I think it's because Paradox are very aware of their reputation. If you don't know, Paradox are known for like very overpriced DLC. Like even in this game, they already are. The expansion pass, $35. If you go to like another Paradox game, like my favorite example is Stellaris, actually. There you are. Base game, they still want to charge like $40 to it, but if you buy all the expansions, before sale price, it's like $300. Yeah, and there's a lot of expansions too. Heck, even after sale, 45% off, nearly like 50% off, you're still paying $100, over $100. And that's not including the game, by the way. Well, I guess that does include the game, never mind. Either way, you know what I mean. Yeah, it's not all Paradox games are like, and they're very aware of this reputation that they have. So I imagine they're trying to use that to try to like blunt the reception to the Chinese room and to the game in general, Bloodlines, because they want people to go easy on it and hopefully eventually buy it, because people aren't buying it now. I think it currently has like an all-time peak of like what, 500 people?
And that
max?
is your fault. It is on everybody. In my
I saw like in like here. Oh yeah, here Ademion has more people in his stream. I mean, Ademion Hypnotic has more people on his stream than who are currently playing Bloodlines. You know Hypnotic, who has only like about 100,000 subscribers, something like that. Yeah, not a good look.
Opinion, and I don't see them doing a No Man's Sky or a Cyberpunk 2077 turn.
I don't see them doing that, but if they did, that'd be kind of cool.
This title, because sometimes, yes, developers can put a lot of time into it, and they put a lot of money into it, and they can fix it up, but this just has to be completely scrapped. It in no way, shape, or form was the product
that people will pay. Yeah, exactly. Like, Look, it's funny that she brought up No Man's Sky and the Cyberpunk situation, because like those are two very famous recent turnarounds, especially No Man's Sky, in my opinion. Again, famous turnarounds, and I want to say if they somehow, I don't see it happening, but if they somehow were able to pull a reversal out of their ass and actually make this game good, and then give the people, everyone who already paid for it gets it for free, whatever, like, and they somehow just make it good, right? You know, but I don't see that happening. The story is shit. The character design is shit. The way characters speak is shit. The gameplay is shit. There's nothing about this game that I've seen that actually looks remotely likable. Maybe the cosmetics, And that's oh wait, I did have something I actually legitimately liked about the game. The parkour system. I actually thought that was kind of cool. It is cool that you're able to like run from rooftop to rooftop as a vampire. That was actually kind of cool when I saw the gameplay footage. Like I saw that, I was immediately like, you know what? That actually looks kind of fun. That feeling of being a hunter that goes like, rooftop to rooftop, like hunting people down and blah 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 blah. It actually looks kind of cool. Besides that, however, there's not much I can give this game. Like even this check. I'm actually, is that a check? I don't know. And then this one, yeah. You can't use guns in the game. The way the masquerade works is like if you, it's like basically a wanted system, and if it hits max level, you die instantly. Everything is so questionable. The way your character talks like a zoomer, even though your character's supposed to be like over 300 years old or has been asleep for over 300 years, and yet they have like no qualms about being in modern day Seattle, and like they're hanging with the kids like perfectly, like as if they've been there for like the past 10 years. Oh, there's so much. Wait, really? Yes, your character's supposed to be an elder who has woken up, and the last time they were awake was like, again, like 300 or so years ago. It's been several centuries at the very least. And your character talks like a modern day zoomer. And I'm talking about like all the cringy zoomer dialect and slang too. Like it's just, why? I want to be a cool vampire. Why do I sound like an idiot? Holy fuck, new type of humiliation lock. Like, what do you mean? Like, I hate Modern Speak so much. Oh great, another Ubisoft formula gameplay. It's basically that. Yeah, that's actually not a bad way to like put it. This game is basically just a modern Ubisoft game. You're kind of just like going from place to place, like picking up thing and taking thing back to. Yeah, if I remember correctly, like 90% of the quests in this game is like they're just fetch quests. Which is like so fucking boring. Remember when we had to like frame an actress of having sex with a llama? Oh, actually no, we didn't frame it. We just caught it on tape. Yeah, remember when we caught an actress like having a threesome with a llama and her boyfriend? Yeah, something like that. Sure as hell it won't happen in this game. And yeah, and after you beat the quest, she commits suicide because she was so embarrassed from her crazy sex life being exposed to everybody. I bet this game doesn't have anything like that. Because that would be way too controversial to have something like that. You know, invading a woman's privacy and then like her committing unsubscribe from Minecraft because of it. This game would not have the balls to do something like that. Hell no. Hell fucking no. She tries to speak with in-universe dialogue. It's just so much better. Yeah, exactly. Like even when you were talking, like the first game took place in 2004, right? Or like that early 2000s. I don't know the exact date. Like around 2004. The game came out in 2004, but you know what I mean. But like you can tell who was a vampire and who wasn't simply by the way they talked. Like even like the Anarchs, who are like the most quote-unquote modern of all the vampires, even they have like an air to them that tells you like they're not human. They're something different. But these people, they probably sound like they come out of like your average Marvel flick, which is God. I forgot what caused this now, but it was some game. Some game? Super old vampire wondering where I'm saying 6'7". Oh my god, you're not wrong. Oh my god. They would do that. If this game came out like maybe like a year later, you know they would have the 6'7" meme in it. Because it's so funny and quirky and modern. Yeah, Minotaur milking Rider levels. You're not wrong. It's literally that. It's Marvel. That's right. Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah. It's Marvel humor. It's literally Marvel writing stuff. Oh wait. Okay, actually, see, they can make attractive characters. Look at this lady. I would absolutely 100% down to bone. They have one attractive character. Let's go. Good on you, Paradox. I mean, excuse me. Chinese room. Good on you guys. Look at her. Look at her. Oh god. I don't even fucking know anymore. Anyway, let's go back to the
people wanted, and some people waited decades and decades for this
I'd immediately
to
shut
release,
it off.
which is so
If you heard the
sad.
6-7, what? The
Vampire
6-7 is so
Masquerade
funny though.
Bloodlines 2 is a strong vampire fantasy, and we are pleased with the developers' work.
The darkness hides some of it though. I mean, you're not wrong, but at the same time, you know, the lighting actually kind of helps. I mean, she's lit up. She got the moon, like, reflecting off of those. It fits. It fits. And I think she's supposed to be a vampire too, so, you know, I'm okay with this. It's actually not that bad. And I love that dress. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Marvel humor like that recent COD. Yeah, basically. I'm 6'7". No, you're not, good sir. Shut up, you're lying. Don't you dare. Don't you. Don't do this. I hate that joke so much. Are you being for real? You're actually 6'7", and you're just a victim in all this too? If that's the case, then I apologize for your loss.
Work on the game. We've had high expectations.
I'm too down mode for that level of brain rot. I mean, same. I can't handle it anymore. Like, seriously, I had to work with some kids the other day, and they started doing the 6-7 meme. They wouldn't shut the fuck up. The kids kept doing it, and again and again and again. Because the moment one of them starts, it's like a contagion. It just spreads through all the other ones, and then they just can't stop saying it.
For a long time,
It's so
since
bad.
we saw that it was a good game with a strong IP and a genre with a broad appeal. A month after release, we can
Oh,
sadly
AI
see that
writers.
sales do not match our projections.
No, we know who to blame for
which
this. I just forgot her
necessitates the
name.
write-down. The responsibility lies fully with us as the publisher. The
Bro, if
game
you're
is outside of our
6'7", you
core
need to lie
areas.
about
In hindsight,
it.
It is clear that it has made it difficult for us to gauge sales.
Just lie about
Going
it, good sir.
forward,
I'll
we
never
focus
forgive
our
you,
capital to
unfortunately.
core segments
I'm
and at the
sorry,
same
good
time,
sir.
we'll evaluate how we
Look, like Artica said, just lie about it. You don't have to admit it. You can just pretend you're not 6'7". As a young person, it's not even funny. It's not. I don't know. I don't understand why. I don't understand why people like it. It doesn't make sense. Like, at least like millennial / older Zoomer memes actually kind of make sense. I swear, like younger Zoomers / alpha memes are just. The best way I can put it, like I go to like Know Your Meme, or like I used to. There's a site, Know Your Meme. You probably know about it. It's literally in the title. It explains memes and things like that. Here's the thing. I used to go back to that site when I was like in middle school and high school, and usually a big like meme would last for like months on end. Like I remember there was a time where like My Little Pony was the #1 meme on that site for several years in a row, actually. But nowadays, there's a new meme like every week. And I think that's part of the problem. It's just so fucking fast. It's constantly turning. And 6-7 is just like the first one that is just the most recent one that kind of like blew up like particularly big. But there's always something else going on. And I think that's part of the problem. Like, people don't get... They're not giving themselves time to digest it. There's always got to be the new thing. It's literally like the TikTok mentality, you know? Short form video. You always have to keep swiping to the next one. And it's just like that brain rot is just like bleeding into reality, into everyday life. So like when these kids go to school, it's the same thing. It's a TikTok scrolling, but in real life, and it's honestly kind of terrifying for like the younger generation, really. I'm an alien among my species. That's fair. Like, it means you're the most normal one, like, at least. Or my youngest sister trying to not laugh out over 6-7. I know your sister's pretty young, so just look, maybe if your sister does a 6-7 thing, go along with it. If they see you doing it, you know, like the crusty older sister do it, they'll be like, it's not cool anymore. You know how kids are. If you start getting in on their gimmick, then it'll become uncool and they won't want to do it anymore. Good thing my brain has no idea what we're talking about. Good. Stay in your rock, under your rock, Aranda. You're safer there. You don't want to be part of this. So you're saying we need to round all the 6-7 people up and put them together? Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. We need to stop the contagion at the source.
Best develop World of Darkness's strong brand catalog in the future. So they're not really blaming themselves for apparently rushing the development team. That is what we heard.
Rushing when the game took over 10 years to complete. To be fair, they did stop development and then restarted it, like, I think several times actually. But still, they had 10 years. Apparently they love when old people do it. They do? Never mind then. Sorry, good sir. We gotta lock you up.
Was that the CEO
It's
and
for the
some of
betterment of
people
society.
that are higher ups, like this guy who was talking, were rushing them to completion and telling them, oh my gosh, you just have to build off of what the past developers had started, and you've only got so much time and money at your disposal. But they're not taking the blame in that case. They're just saying, oh, we had projections that were slightly too high, and it got a...
Really? They're just saying like they're only at fault for like expecting the game to do better than it did? That's their whole thing. They're not admitting that the game itself is bad. It's just like, oh, we shouldn't have had our expectations so high. My god. I mean, now we at least know the price, 37 million write down. They've lost at least $37 million, which I'm okay with. Also, yeah, remember this? I'm still having a hard time deciding which is the guy and the girl.
Feminine women. There's so much no lock picking, no talking your way out. No.
Yeah, it's not a masquerade game, bloodline game, excuse me. Okay, not too much really here. I just kind of saw this in my feed. I was like, well, okay, we can kind of talk about that. Not too much, but it's the basic gist of it all. But yeah, let's get over that really quickly. No, something I actually did really want to discuss was this thing.
So many people have been
We did talk about this recently, the Gothic update, or the censorship and all that. We mentioned how I feel like math teachers are making tests where all the answers are 6. Oh my god! Why? What do you... You're not teaching your kids anything when you do that. You're just appealing to their brain rot. I'm like, I don't even know anymore. I don't fucking know. Anyway, moving on. Besides the 6-7 nonsense. Oh yeah, Blue Jay followed me on Tumblr too. Nice. But yeah, besides that, back to the Gothic thing. Okay, we mentioned Gothic last week, and how it was what they did with the characters, specifically taking the, if you guess like a proper zoom in. Yeah, the character designs. Like here's like what they look like in the original game versus like what they're kind of going for now, and why it just looks so fucking bad. I remember specifically I mentioned that I was kind of giving them, I was being a bit more lenient than other people regarding the response to this. I remember seeing how the developers were like, one person in the forums was claiming that they actually have been like receptive to feedback regarding character designs and things like that, and I was actually willing to like, you know, be a bit more lenient with that. I was like, okay, if they do this before, if they've done this before, where like they put out a character design or a new model, and then everyone was like, that looks really bad, it doesn't look anything like the original character, and they were like, okay, sure, we'll go back and fix that. And keep in mind, these developers have claimed on multiple occasions that this is supposed to be a faithful remake of the original. Now, from what I'm understanding, let's just go through their official response right here. We wish to make something very clear. We are right now being accused of pushing a political or social agenda of our game. We wish to assure you that we do not have any agenda of any kind. I doubt it, but okay, let's keep going. Anyone claiming otherwise is just purely wrong, as proven by our extensive catalog of over 150 plus games on Steam alone. I don't have time to go through that catalog, but I highly doubt it's like completely clean. Focus on making the best possible Gothic Dream and everything we do as a reason in the game that will be made clear once you play. But there won't be any form of censorship or effeminacy. Some characters are of different roles, but the main theme and plot remains the same. Okay. Okay, the gist of the problem is like really here. Okay, here's the first like kind of red flag. Will be made clear once you play the game. Alright. That in of itself is a bad line, because basically you're saying I have to play your game before I'm able to judge it. No. You have to make your game appealing for me to want to buy it. This goes back into like, you're not entitled to my money. You're not entitled to my time as a player or anything like that. You need to convince me through your marketing, through your drift feed or like trailers and things like that. You need to convince me that this is actually worth my time and worth my money. And this line comes off as like, I cannot make any judgment of you until I played it, and so basically until I've given you my money. Now there's an argument for like, you can't like truly judge a game until you actually properly played it. But that being said, like if you're not convincing me to play it, why should I even give you the chance to? And right now you're showing me this stuff and all that, like how you're blatantly changing things from the original game, and like in the supposed faithful remake, you're blatantly changing things, and that's supposed to convince me to play your game. So that's already like your first strike. Second strike, but there won't be any form of censorship or effeminacy. Effeminacy. Let's look at that word real quick, so we're like on the same page here. Effeminacy. Just give me the definition. I don't want to see the AI thing. The quality in a man of having characteristic in ways of behaving traditionally associated with women and regarded as inappropriate for a man. Okay, so it's like, it's derogatory. Okay, I'm effeminate. Alright, so I don't follow like the usual borderlines of being the usual standards of being, you know, masculine, which is fine. Like that's my thing. Like I like dressing up, I like being pretty and all that. Here's the thing, in this context and the way they're using this word, it's like they're what they're saying here. Basically, that's the wrong one. I'm just gonna close that. We're not gonna talk about that today. What they're saying here. Right, more code words. I know, right? They love their fucking they love their buzzwords, but like I said, I like to be concise. I like to give them I like to talk on their level because it's a good way to tear them down. But okay, let's break this down. There won't be any form of censorship or effeminacy. We know what censorship is. Effeminacy. So what they're saying here is that players are concerned that they're saying that we're concerned as the players. They're saying that we are concerned that they are making the game more feminine. Let me say that again. They think that we're concerned that the game is too feminine. Excuse me? Now, these devs, I think they're German. Maybe, I mean, I know the original game is German. Maybe they're using the word incorrectly? But no, sir and or madam. We're not concerned that the game is too feminine. We're concerned that the game isn't, if anything, we're concerned that the game isn't feminine enough. Because look what they did. They took this character and made it look like a, honestly, very unattractive guy. They defeminized her, if anything. So yeah, it's the opposite thing, actually. We're concerned that the game isn't feminine enough. So where is this coming from that they think that, like, do they think that we're saying, like, oh, they're gonna make the character, like the male characters, like a bunch of like femboys or something like that, or like the story's gonna focus on the women now instead of the guys? Because that's not what we're talking about. We were talking about this character used to looking like this and now looking like this. So like that's their second strike. Either they're completely misunderstanding, either they're completely misusing the word, or they're completely misunderstanding what we're concerned about. And or the third option, they're skewing our words so they can pretend the problem is something else. I don't know which one's worse. And we can't really know what they're going for because this is all they're giving us. Okay, let's go on. Keep going. Let's see. Some characters have different roles, but the main theme and plot remains the same. Alright, that's your third strike right there. I thought this was supposed to be a faithful remake of the original. As in the story and everything was going to be the same. Like, you're claiming that the main theme and plot are going to be the same. But from what I'm hearing here, you're justifying these changes because this character is going to have a different role and do something different in the story. That's not a faithful remake anymore. You're just taking an existing character and completely changing what they're supposed to be doing. And ruining the... Not ruining. I don't want, like... I mean, you can argue that maybe it'll be a better story, but that's the point. You're not supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to be making a faithful remake, as you claimed in multiple interviews and multiple posts prior to this event. This whole controversy happening. So... Well, 3 strikes are out, right? I don't know how to like take this beyond what the hell are you doing, guys? Like you're either completely misunderstanding us, like the concerns of your fans, or you're just talking out your ass and pretending that you don't understand what we're saying, so you can just continue to try to justify what you're doing in the game. It's like they're just purposely being disingenuous. Yeah, like I'm kind of thinking that might just be it. Like they're just pretending like we don't understand, so we're just gonna keep going as is. And remember, I was willing to give these people the benefit of the doubt. Like I heard, again, this was like conjecture from like a third party, that apparently they've gone back and changed character designs because people complained about them and said, hey, that doesn't look like X character, you need to make them look like this. And they were like, sure, we'll fix that, and then they did that. Notice how it's always this. It always is they're willing to change and fix the male designs. Like, you know, those guys, they didn't look correct, but they're willing to go back and fix them. But when it comes to like their new girl designs, now that's too much. They can't do that. It's too hard. It doesn't fit our vision. Or somehow this is effeminate. I can't even say that word. Effeminacy. That's the word. Yeah. Somehow this is effeminacing. I can't speak. You know what I mean? This is somehow like feminizing the game. Also, like, what is it? How to complete? Oh, sorry, my camera is dying. Complete wrong way around. People are not calling feminization of men in the game. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what it said. Like, we could do with some more femininity in this game, actually. In line to cover what they are doing. Now, effeminate versus effeminacy. This is equality versus equity. Equity versus equality type of situation. This isn't a buzzword. This is a dog whistle red flag. I don't think they're using the word specifically as like a buzzword or anything like that. I think they're just being, like Callie said, they're just being disingenuous and completely misunderstanding what we're saying, or pretending to misunderstand what we're saying, so they can just keep their course and keep going with the way they want to make the game, even if it's against what they said they were supposed to be doing, which is making a faithful version of the game. Excuse me, faithful remake. And oh my god, British Nicole were distraught. You know, like, I don't mean, maybe you're right about that. Maybe the whole point is that this is gonna become like our new thing. Like, oh, you want us to not focus on the girls? Don't worry, We're gonna make them even less girly now. God, sorry, I hit the mic. Sounds like willful ignorance. Yeah, like I kind of think that's what they're going with, but like they're playing some kind of 4D chess here, and I just don't understand. All I know is that it's bullshit, and they're straight up just. It basically amounts to, we heard your concerns. We are going to continue doing what we're doing anyway. And that's basically it. And then there was like, okay, we did our whole thing at the beginning of the stream, like talking about like what is woke and what is, and they're trying to say like we're not pushing a political agenda. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes, that is exactly what they're doing. They are pushing a political agenda, because remember the first explanation of what woke causes? Replacism. That's what they're doing here. They took an original design and they replaced it with this, because this one wasn't jiving with them, so they wanted this instead. Zero-sum game. We can't have this if this exists, so we have to change it. And they're trying to justify it by saying, oh, these characters are going to be doing something different. So yes, this is pushing a political agenda. So this whole first part of the segment, this is just complete utter bullshit. It's a zero-sum game. Being accused of pushing political or social agenda on our game. You can lie on, yeah, like this is just lying. You can say we're not doing that. That doesn't mean I can lie and say I'm not a bunny rabbit, but that doesn't change the fact that it's not. It's fucking true. Like I don't care about your past history. You can still fuck up even after 100, supposedly 150 games. Also, I'm more concerned about the I'm more concerned about like your current game. You're funny. Shut up. Shut up. Remember where's falling on deaf ears? Yeah, basically. Like, what's that one meme? I've heard the opinions of the council, but they decided the council is a stupid ass consistent, something like that. It came from like Marvel. God damn it. It's some Avengers, if I remember correctly. Anyway. Looking to a type of culture that constantly tries to subvert language itself, like anti-racism. I believe they're trying to change the meaning of the effeminacy word. I mean, that might be entirely possible. Maybe it's like a combination of both, right? Like that's usually how it plays out. You know, some of us are saying like it's just like them again saying we heard your complaints, but we decided not to do anything about it. But also, like they're kind of playing into like the mixing up of words. It's food. Define food. Not food. But mixing up of words to try to like. It's just so fucking weird. And frustrating too. So I'm kind of lost. So just a little bit. Like it's not hard to comprehend. Literally, it's just like we heard your complaints. We decided to do nothing about them. And I mean, sum it up. People are not happy. Everyone's like been calling off and calling them stupid. Actually, we didn't do this last time. Let's check again. Let's go back to what was it called? Gothic remake. Let's see what's going on the forums again. I'm curious. Let's see. So he almost under the big basket. Shut up. I'm not gonna fall for that again. Remake. Let's see. Oh no, I want to see like the actual forum page. Discussions. Here we go. Let's see what's happening this past couple of days. It's been a few days now, so there should have been some changes, hopefully. So I keep clipping to the top of the screen. Let me fix that. Let's see. Some 2 hours ago, software uglification. I know it's sad, but still. Come on, dude. Have some spine. I'm gonna still buy the game. Oh my god. Dispatch. Return of the Jedi remake with Durian. Was it Dispatch on the front page? Sorry, I didn't notice it. Yeah, there's still a lot of people saying removed from wish list. Good. Yeah. Here's what I was talking about. The changed roles in Faithful Adaptation. Like my strike 3. You claim this is gonna be faithful, but you're straight up admitting right here some characters have different roles. That's not faithful anymore. Like that alone should be worth the controversy. Not even like forget the uglification of the characters. Like that alone is like you're openly admitting that you're changing the story. Like it doesn't matter if you right after you say that you're saying, oh, the themes and plot will remain the same. No, honey, no. The plot and the themes are gonna change because you're changing the roles of characters. Like that's how it works. That's how writing works. Yeah, again, don't believe your lying eyes. Basically what we've been saying this entire time. There's no sense to it. Also, some characters have different roles. My theory is that they're gonna make this character...
with femininity, you'll be able...
Again, this is my theory. My theory is that they're gonna make this chick, like, more relevant to the story. She's gonna be, like, a badass, like... bad bitch who's gonna turn around and she's gonna go from sex slave to resistance leader or something to that extent. Because like, again, I don't know too much about the story, but I know for a fact that all the women, basically every woman in this story is basically just a sex slave. They're the property of the biggest mind bosses, the biggest gang leaders within the prison. And I'm guessing... And this is why this is another reason why I just don't believe their bullshit of like, we're not pushing a political agenda. No. Like, again, like, I'm not gonna put money on this, but I am very confident. My song's gonna end soon. Let's go to... You know what? I haven't done this one. Let's do this one. Start this up. It's like Halo C remake, adding stuff at a whim and not caring at all for the OG, and just want to make a new and improved version that they can replace the OG. And basically, that's essentially what they're doing. It's their Halo. This is their Gothic. It's not the original. This isn't your dad's Gothic. This is a cool, modern, better one. Okay. Where's the music? I need music. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Yeah, again, my theory is that this chick is going to become, like, actually story relevant. And the point is, like, she's not supposed to be. She's supposed to be an NPC in the background that you might do, like, a quest or two for. But she's not going to be, like, a fighter or anything like that. But I'm pretty much scared. I'm almost certain that they're going to do that with her. And this whole, we're not pushing a political agenda thing. It's just such bullshit code. Because they're gonna make her... That's why they make her dress like this. Because they want her to become a badass hero. So they're gonna make... So that's why they're making her outfit more appropriate for her new role. Which is probably gonna be some kind of fighter in some sense. It's like Tony Hawk remake. Yeah, oh god. I hate all the removed sexy outfits in the Tony Hawk remake. Again, replaces them. Any video on that? Props to Schizo for you though. Send it to me. I'll look at it. I know I did watch one video on it, but I know of some of the stuff they did remove. I know there used to be like skaters who like in that game who were literally just wearing like jeans and like no top. They're just like running around like in a bikini bra up top, which is like awesome. Like that was very like of the era, early 2000s, late 90s. Like that was a style that people rode around in, and looked. I mean, it looked hot, and it looked cool too.
I generally think that yeah, a lot of people are going to be skipping this one. So
yeah, this is a terrible response. Again, openly admitting that they're changing the game, lying that they're politicizing the game. What else have we done? Misusing a word. to try to like trick us and using weird vocabulary to just like push away our criticism. And also basically not lying. What's the correct way to say it? Basically saying that you have to play the game, otherwise you're not allowed to judge it. Or kind of implying that. So yeah. I've known about this game for a while. I think I said this last time. I showed you that like that early 2020 gameplay trailer and how bad that was. Yeah, it hasn't gotten much better. And I was kind of looking forward to this because I actually want to play the original and I wanted to compare it to this new one, but I don't think I'm gonna get this. At least not unless they do like a 180 and it's actually what I want out of the game. Real unfaithful adaptation. Yeah, I see like people are like pointing out like exactly what I'm saying. Is there any comeback from this? Is there any comeback? Are we cooked, boys? Is this game cooked? Oh god. What was the word again? Let me pull it up again. This one. Effeminacy. Actually, let's...
Effeminacy.
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 Effeminacy. But yeah, they're basically claiming that that we're worried that the game is too effeminate, when it's the exact opposite. Your characters could use a little bit more femininity, honestly. Could use a little more effeminacy. They don't look too bad, to be honest. Oh, this guy. Oh, I found the Glazer right there. Embracer, ESG, Sustainability, GEI. Embracer is gonna sell it. Yeah. So basically, this guy's like a crash course as to what DEI is. I mean, if you want to, you can go read this. I'm not gonna click on any of these, but this is basically what's happening to the game. So like, so don't buy their bullshit. Like, no, we're not politicizing. We swear. No, you are. I like the changes. Stop crying. This guy's just fishing for jesters. You know, he can have them. It's all good. DEI equals destroy everything intentionally. Yeah, it seems like the vast majority of people are like, nah, ain't about this. Full of toxic old males. Well, there's another Glazer. Why ain't 95% of your fan player base? You know what? I am a toxic old male. Thank you very much. No beautiful women. Woke about. Are we looking at the next Concord? I think Concord had more money behind it. Well, then again, this game has been in development for at least 6 years now, I believe. So I don't know how much money they put into this. It could be way more than they would like at this point. Should they just remove women from the game? I don't want to say yes, but if they can't be grown up enough to like fix it, then maybe. I don't know. Replace the women with femboys. That's my final offer. Even OG devs this remake. Is that true? That's actually because they were prostitution except by the king, police, inmates. Yeah, like I said, they were basically just sex slaves. They clicked on saying that they were able to make more interesting. Oh my god, if this is true, like I need like a source on this, but that'd be really funny. I love it when old devs are like on our side. I'm so confused. They're going to feminize the men, though? I mean, that would be an improvement, but no, that's not what they're doing. They're saying that we're concerned that they are feminizing the game as a whole. But that's not the case. That's not what we're complaining about. And they know that unless they're really, really stupid. Which, I mean, that could be the case. Am I being too generous by saying... I mean, am I being generous by saying they might just be retarded? This is such a confusing case. I don't know. Toxic old male. Oh no, he's hot. Replace the women for femboys. So yeah, like I think that would be an improvement at this point. Alternatives, the Gothic one. I heard Ash and Steel is actually pretty good. So everyone agrees except for this death. Like, I saw like 2 comments of like, I've only watched like 2 pages. I've only seen like 2 where they're like, I like the changes. Everyone else is just like, no, I mean, I ain't about this. What I'm excited for. Oh, what are you excited for, my friend? Certainly not the game anymore. Okay, so this is gonna be a Joker. A lifelong fan of the franchise, you're butchering. Yeah, I don't think I think the majority of people are not for this. I will give the devs one little crumb of praise. There are so many comments here calling them stupid and saying this is a bad change, but they haven't deleted them yet. So you know what? Good on you. You're not silencing people and you're letting them speak out and speak their mind and like give you their criticism. You're not listening to it, but you're not trying to like, shove it into a corner and delete it. So baby steps, I guess. Brain rot. 6-7. Shut up. Don't you dare. Go back to your enclosure where all the 6-7s go. Game is coming to the team. I'm shocked by the amount of devs that see the negative feedback and make 0 changes. I know. Why? How is it commendable? Is it commendable to be like, how do I say this? Is it commendable to be so dedicated to your vision that you're willing to just like ignore feedback? Or is it just sad and pathetic? I can't... Like, I can appreciate an artist that's able to, like, say, no, this is what I want to do and I'm going to do it whether you like it or not. But at the same time, I have to be a bit more... You know what? No. That doesn't apply here at all. Because this is a remake. This is a remake of an existing title. This is supposed to be a faithful remake of an existing title. I'm gonna say that word a lot. I've already said it, but it's supposed to be faithful. This isn't your vision. This is supposed to be a recreation of something that already exists and try to give it new life. At least that's what a remake should be. Like, I can understand like changes here and there. Obviously, like the art style, the engine, maybe like better controls, things like that, and maybe like tweaking a quest here or there to flow better, maybe make it more interesting, like change a fetch quest into something that's more cinematic, maybe. But like, they're still doing the basic fetch quest, but like maybe instead of like getting 8 squint feathers at the 8th one is actually being guarded by like the Mutter Squint, and she's like a mini boss fight, things like that. But Nicholas just I'll go in there with you soon, good sir. I'll keep you warm, wrap you up in the ears. So like it's not fair to say that I can't even give him the benefit of the doubt and say like, oh, you're sticking to your vision and that's commendable, because no, this isn't your vision in the first place. You were probably like 10, maybe even younger when this game came out the first time, and now you're changing it to be what you want. So it's not the same. This isn't your vision. It never was. And if I want to be like even more, what's the word? If I want to be a more critical, I can even say that even if it is your vision, even if this is 100% like a completely standalone project with nothing to base it off originally, at the end of the day, it's still a product. This is a video game. You're trying to sell this to people. If you make something that people do not want, they're not gonna buy it. So there comes a point where you have to be like, maybe my vision is flawed, and if I want to sell this, I need to be willing to cave on 1 or 2 things so I can make my money back. So that's not even a fair argument. It's like if you're like an indie dev and you're just making a free video game, then whatever, do whatever you want. But if you're trying to sell a product, you have to be willing to adjust. But they're not willing to do that even here, and I think this might just be another failure that we're just gonna look back on and potentially laugh at. It's because they are paid. They are paid not to, but they say that, but are lying. It's obviously blatant too. I mean, they're getting paid now, but we've seen it before. Like, yes, they're getting paid to make a worse product, but when the product fails, then they're gonna get fired. And now, you know, I can't blame, like, you know, the average developer, you know, like the modeler. Like, he's probably just doing his job. This is just a 9 to 5 to him. But because of leadership, whether it's like, you know, execs or even middle management, he might not have a job like a year from now because he was listening to their bullshit, and they're not willing to cave on this asinine issue. Really, it's 2 characters, and they can't just change the model. I mean, I know this game is supposed to be coming out like next month, like 2 months from now. I think in January. It just says Q1 2026. So like, they have a few months. I don't think it's gonna be impossible to make a new model if they like actually like commit to it. I don't think it'd be too difficult to make 2 new models in like a couple of months. But I don't know. Like, they're just not willing to, like, again, they want to die on this hill, I guess. Oh my god, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, go back to the community hub. I can't think of a recent adaptation, the remake that was faithful, to be honest. I mean, that also is true. There's always something changed. The closest one I can think of is Oblivion Remastered. And that has issues, but the story itself is mostly the same. There's nothing really added or changed. It was mostly like things like character models and statues that were changed. And yeah, that did include like covering up like tits and things like that, but it was mostly faithful. I think I at the very least, I think that's a lot better than what they're doing here, because again, they're blatantly admitting, going back to that line, they're blatantly admitting that they're changing the story right here. Different roles. Like, Oblivion did not go that far. For all the problems I have with that game, whether it be like the brown lighting, the change to some of the statues, the memory leaks, like for all the problems I have with that game, at least it was still Oblivion. This doesn't sound like it's gonna be still Gothic. That's what I'm gathering. Alright, I'm having a wave of sleepiness rolling over me. I need to go lay down before it goes away. Maybe Q Plus cost me. Alright, Callie, if you gotta head out, no worries. Oh my god. We're getting so sidetracked. Hope you have a good night. Rest in your stream and night. See ya later. Alright, Callie, have a good one. When StarCraft 1 Remastered came out, you know, was that actually, I think StarCraft Remastered was actually a pretty decent. Now, keep in mind, I've never played StarCraft or the remaster, but from what I understand, it was pretty faithful. When did that come out, by the way? Because Blizzard is not known for being for titties these days. Remastered. When did this come out? I want to buy it. I want the release date. Okay, well, there's your answer as to why it was okay, because it came out like nearly 10 years ago. So like they hadn't gone full retard at the time yet. Also, I don't think there was too much to censor in the game. Let me see. Well, let me look at a ghost design. What did ghosts look like back then? I mean, yeah, not too bad. Yeah, they hadn't gone full to retard yet. But if they did today, I wouldn't be surprised if they decided that this is not okay. Can't have that. Would attempt to provide like shooter. What? Isn't this? When did this come out? 2024. Yeah, wasn't there like a StarCraft Ghost and it just kind of died? I don't know if a modern Blizzard could do that, because like ghosts are kind of sex symbols, and I do not really trust them to, you know, not neuter them. Not modern Blizzard. Because ghosts are attractive, let's be honest. So need to climb into my bro blankets. I'm tired, I have a restless stream. Alright, good sir, have a good night. I think we'll call it soon there then, because a lot of people are heading out. It's already like midnight, so I probably should call it soon. Only if they remove the skins. I guess that would be... I don't know. Ghost was canceled by Blizzard. It's a shame too, because like I like the Ghost a lot. And also Nova was such a baddie. Just saying. I fucking love Nova. I like Helligan too. Not Helligan. You know what I'm talking about. The redhead one. But she turns into a bug queen. So, you know, I kind of lost interest after that. But I would love a first-person shooter playing as her. Oh god, what was her name again? Something Helen. Nova. God, I literally just said her name. I completely forgot it. Yeah. Hi, Josie. Welcome. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. What, I just found espresso cheese? Excuse me? That sounds like it will kill you. What? But try it. Let us know how it is. Low Night Owl was me. Hope you're having fun, Mayumi. Thank you for sticking with me, despite it being late. I mean, maybe we'll go a little longer. We'll see. The real sexism was Kerrigan. I mean, I like Kerrigan too. I won't deny that. That means, I mean, if I had to fuck a bug, I'd probably be like, sure. If I had to fuck a bug. But I don't know. I liked it when she was just a redhead, you know? You guys know me. I like my redheads. Also, I don't know. I think I prefer Nova because it's fucking Nova. Look at her. And then then the scene. It's just cute. I don't know. There's something about a blonde with like a big sniper rifle. Widowmaker. Yeah, didn't Widowmaker have a Nova skin at one point? Let me find that. And it looked good. Like, she actually looks like the character. She doesn't look anything like original. God, when this came out? 8 years ago. Holy shit. No wonder why the resolution's so low. StarCraft 20th anniversary. God. Damn. Yeah, God. It's stuff like this that kind of makes me wish I was playing Overwatch at the time. Damn, I wish that were me. It's really good. I mean, I've seen like interesting combinations of cheese before, so I don't. A coffee combination might not be that bad actually. You actually never have to fuck a bug, and if you do, it should be the one from Stuck's. Okay, look. Okay, I'll be honest. If I had to fuck a bug, it would be Hornet. I've seen plenty of Hornet art, and you know, I'd probably fall in. Just saying. You do have to. I have to fuck the bug. Okay, fine. Can it be Hornet at least? Like, I like Kerrigan, but I prefer her before the transformation. If I had to pick a bug, it would be Hornet. I think that's my final choice, Hornet. It was free too? What? Oh, the skin. Oh my god. I hate it. I used to play a lot of Overwatch. Like, way back when. Like, way before I started streaming and VTubing. So to know that, like, this was free and I never got a chance to do it. God, like, I sucked as Widowmaker though, but I would main her if I had gotten this skin. Overwatch 2. Ugh, don't remind me, God. I was excited for Overwatch 2. And then everything happened. And we don't even have to go into, you know what happened. I don't have to talk about it, but I was actually excited for Overwatch 2. Oh, look at this, so cute. God, oh, Blizzard has such good IPs and such good character design. And then they don't do anything with them anymore except make them worse. The gold Lena G? I'm not sure what that is. Ginger with a giant sniper. It's so good. If she was normal, I probably would pick Helligan. If she was human. Because I think I prefer redheads, just saying. But because she's a robot, not a robot, because she's a bug, I have to go with Nova. I'm sorry. What about hearing about cheese and coffee? You call me a liar. You don't call me he. You have to. Unless you're referring to cheese with a cup of coffee. Maybe a Widowmain for a week. Yeah, exactly. There were probably it's a free skin, so there were probably tons of people desperately trying to play Widowmaker for a good while. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. Sorry. Woo. And the StarCraft 2 French girl. Wait, what? What the hell is a StarCraft 2 French girl? Is that her? Is that real? Is that a real hair? Because it is cute. I do like it. Is it because she has the red hair and that's why you're like referring her to me? I assume this is the person you're talking about. Queen E. Liquipedia. The one that married Hornet in the lore. Hornet in the lore. StarCraft 2 Hornet? They married Hornet in the lore. I don't know. Matt. Oh, Horner. Matt Horner. Oh, that guy. Okay, so who did he marry? It probably has to say here, right? Come on. Family relatives. Mira Han. Oh, that chick. That's not red, that's pink. Oh, yeah. I remember her. I remember thinking she was like super creepy when I saw her. Oh my god. She scared me. Like, I never played the game, but I remember like watching a playthrough of it because I've seen a full playthrough of like at least I think all the campaigns actually, because I actually legitimately thought it was like a fascinating campaign. And I remember seeing her, I was like, oh my god. It was just like tonal whiplash when I saw her for the first time. This is the type of characters they're making nowadays. Wait, you're telling me she used to look really cute? Oh, make it bigger. No, was she a ghost in the past and was actually like really cute too? No, come on. There's gotta be like a better picture. God. Anything older than like 10 years has like such low image quality. Fancy cheese with espresso rubbed on the outside. Interesting. I'm gonna try that. Shit, Widowmaker actually made me anxious because I was talking French in college and not doing well. So she just reminded you of your classes. That's hilarious. I mean, she got the boob plate. It was fucking creepy. I know, like she's kind of cool, but also kind of terrifying. I mean, I kind of like the eye, but at the same time, I remember her. Actually, remember her voice now, and I guess the Frenchness kind of made it even worse. Every time someone talks about the Septon Pierce, I only think of her. Did she start it? Is she the origin point? She doesn't even have one. But she looks like she would have one, wouldn't she? Doesn't she? Yeah, she looks like she would have one, like any other game. Have a great day. Hi, Ruka, Erica, welcome. Thank you for the well wishes. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good night. Yeah, she doesn't even have one, but she does look like she would, doesn't she? Also, I just realized looking at her portrait, and actually all the StarCraft 2 portraits in general, they remind me a lot of, let me see if I can find like a proper one. Because that's like a cutscene version of Matt. I want to find like in, oh my god, he looks so handsome here. Why does he look so Chadley here? Is there like a gallery I can look at? Oh yeah, I forgot she became God eventually. Oh god, it's a really long article. I just want to find like her portrait, like in-game portrait, like when she's like a character in the. Yeah, like the sprite at the bottom of the screen, or like during the comm links. Because like looking at, I don't know, go back to his wife. I thought I was gonna say like he had a son or a daughter with this lady. That'd been hilarious. Okay, yeah. This reminds me. It looks so much like the talking heads from the OG Fallout games. Like the texture, the relatively low quality. It's very similar, which I actually kind of like. It actually makes it look cooler in my opinion. So how do we devolve to talking about hot characters? I mean, we were talking about how bad these characters. Oh, that's not that character. These characters look. To be fair, so we started talking about actual hot characters and how we don't see them anymore. It's fine, you know. We gotta remind ourselves like what we're fighting for. Not this. Let's go down. We're fighting for. What are we fighting for? I know she's in Nova. Where is my Nova? Is she not in supporting Terran Dominion? There she is. There's my girl. There's my Nova. She looks a little frumpy here though. I think we're starting to see a change here. How old is she? What do they say? 2485. When does the game take place? I don't know. Oh my god, it looks so fucking cool. She looks so much like Sam. Maybe that's why I like her so much. Because she looks a lot like Samus. If they gave her a sniper rifle instead of an arm cannon. I mean, it's like badass bitch with a ponytail. So she's basically Samus, if you think about it. Get off of her! Bastard. What else we got? Why was she with Tosh at some point? I don't like that. Get away from her. Yeah, get away from her. But yeah, this is what we're fighting for. Girls like Nova. Yeah, see the talking heads, they remind me a lot of Fallout. And I really wish there was a game, a FPS with her as the pro tag. I know they made like an RTS. It's still in StarCraft 2. It's like a side story where it's basically hero micromanagement, the game. And I think Nova is the main character, but that's not the same. I want an FPS. But I don't know if Blizzard has it in them anymore. Aesthetic white. That's creepy, but kind of cool too. What's the kill? Nova's mission was to kill Toss. I always chose Toss. That's fair. I mean, I know some people really like Toss, but like, come on. I mean, come on. Like, I'm just gonna admit it. I'm fucking weak. If she shows me, there's the video, there's the picture. She gives me this view, and I can't say no to her. Let's be honest. I gotta. God, she's so fucking hot. I love her. Yeah, and if they make a game about her, like a proper FPS, I could probably like autistically, you know, just obsess over her. She's a really old character, isn't she? Like all these are really old products and like low PNGs. She's been around since the first game, right? Or Brood War or something like that. So yeah, this character's probably... The character itself is probably older than me. If not, like, you know, if I might actually be older than the actual character in universe. I'm an ass person too. I mean, to be fair, if I remember correctly, Tosh actually kind of has that ass too, which I do appreciate actually. To her father, sister. Never see it. What's their mom look like? Very screamy. Okay. Oh damn. Okay. Just straight up like blew her head out. Damn. Anyway. What time is it? You know, we've gone over 4 hours. I think that's a good place to stop. We still have okay, let's do like a quick little like spit through everything else we haven't covered yet tonight. From what I understand, Square Enix is kind of moving there's even more layoffs apparently going on. Plus, they're prioritizing Japan again. I hope this is a good move moving forward. We'll start seeing like Square Enix properly go back into what they used to be and like making good games again. We'll see what happens. I told you what the litmus test is. Square Enix game mascot. When I no longer see this little thing in their bios in June and July, then I will 100% believe that they have reversed course and are actually doing things properly again. This is the litmus test. We'll see what happens next year. Anyway, I also did want to go into like I said, had ass except that they were tossed. Wasn't toss kind of flat? I can't remember exactly. Anyway. But yeah, it also kind of reminded me. I actually found out recently there was like a interview with Yoko Taro. We talked about him earlier. How he's like he's kind of like a base Gooner god. From what I understand, and from this recent interview, apparently Yoko Taro has been working on several games for the past couple of years, but a lot of them were kind of just tossed to the side. He was working on them. He was getting paid for it too, and then they were just abruptly canceled. And like, there's been a lot of like say like Yoko Taro doesn't make games anymore. Blah blah blah. Oh, Ruka, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a good evening. Thank you for joining the platoon. Your complimentary Tifa push-up bras waiting for you in the barracks. Hope you enjoy. But what was it going? But yeah, Yoko Taro apparently has been working on projects. But I'm wondering, does it have to do, the reason the games were being canceled, does it have anything to do with DEI? We did talk about how Square Enix specifically has a DEI section in their company. As far as I'm aware, it still exists. Let me look at this up. DEI group. Here we go. The Sustainability and Social Responsibility Department. This is still a page on their website. This is the official Square Enix website. And I have to wonder. Again, this might be this kind of conspiratorial, so let me put my tinfoil hat on for a second here. I have to wonder, is the reason Yoko Taro, the reason why he was unable to make games in the past couple of years, ever since Nier Automata, like he's only made like, that's literally like the only game he's made in such a long time. Is the reason because Square Enix were basically shooting him in the foot every time he wanted to make something? Because remember, Yoko, he's a big Gooner god. He loves he designed to be. When he saw a cosplayer dressed as him, he was like on his knees, like signing her thigh and everything. He likes pretty girls. He likes hot anime. He's very much like an old guard and into he adores Stellar Blade too. He even has like a love/jealousy for Eve, because I think he even went on record saying like, I hope you don't like her as much as my girl. Again, just like a friendly rivalry with the devs at Shift Up, because he genuinely likes Eve. Yeah, quite jealous. It says right there in the title. So I had to wonder, did Square Enix shoot him in the foot, not letting him make the game how he wanted to make them? Was he making like the next 2B or a game? Maybe the sequel had to be in it. I don't know. But like, you know, with pretty characters, pretty girls, leotards, and all that good shit. Did Square Enix say no, and that's why his projects were getting canned? I had to wonder that. Like, we don't have anything to base this on. This is just me like speculating and wondering. So I don't know. We don't know. We might never know. But I feel the need to ask this question. However, because of all this whole Square Enix seems to be doing like a 180 and going back to like prioritizing the Japanese market and trying to like make games more like how they did in the past. I'm wondering, now that they're going back to this, will Yoko Taro finally be free and he can do what he wants to do? Can he make the Nier Automata 2 or the next Drakengard game or something? Who knows? I'm hoping this will be a turning point where we can see something happening. I read a quote from him about the industry needs more weird people. Yeah, and then like in that recent interview, there was the recent one, this one I believe. It's funny that you bring that part up. Is this a new one? I hope this is a new one. Where's this coming out from? Is this 2025? Control F. No, this isn't the right one. Process. Near. I can't. I need to find that video. Like I said, I probably should have gotten that thing ready. I didn't have it ready, but apparently he said that he didn't want to appear weird, which is weird. It's weird because he's weird. Because he said that quote, the industry needs more weird people, and he considers himself weird, and he considers that a good thing. So I'm wondering if that was like a bad translation, or is that because Square Enix made him say that? And I just don't know at this point. I'm hoping he's not being held hostage or something. I guess we'll see. But again, I'm hoping because of this like switch up that's happening within Square Enix, we'll have a point where guys like Yoko can come around and start making, and maybe he can finally put a game out after Nier came out in 2016, right? It's been nearly 10 years. Maybe now he can finally make a game and make it what he wants it to be, because like I've been wanting a game from this guy for so fucking long, and the best we got was that gacha game, which while I like gacha games, I don't think Nier or anything by Yoko should be a gacha game, even if it's technically canon, from what I understand. Also, the game is also lost. It reached end of service, so you can't even play it anymore. So, well, there's a story that's gone forever, unless you're willing to like watch Let's Plays or whatever that's available. It's fucking weird. He needs to make a game, like a proper one, and finish it this time. Hopefully, we'll see that in the future. Also, Master Manos, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for joining the army. Your complimentary Emio face mask is waiting for you in the barracks. Hope you enjoy. Anyway, again, quick going through. From what I understand, this is like just. There's been like, I need to watch this video properly, but from what I understand, there has been some. I don't know if you heard, but a lot of like devs have been going on about how they're kind of blaming the market for why their games aren't selling well, whether it's like the market, tariffs, the economy, inflation, like literally everything and anything except for themselves, and saying that they don't. That's why like gamers are just not buying games anymore. However, according to this video and according to the charts that were brought up here, considerably apparently gamers are spending just as much as they've always been spending. And I think there actually was an uptick this year because of the Switch 2, because that thing sold insanely well, unfortunately. But the point is, the market, we're not spending less. If anything, we're spending more. So, but the problem is, we're not buying their games. We're not buying the Assassin's Creed Shadows. We're not buying the Suicide Squads. We're not buying the Veil Guards. We're just spending our money somewhere else. We're buying things like Silk Song, or Arc Raiders, or Battlefield 6, or Beyond Citadel. Like, if you're someone like me who plays the Guru anime game, anime shoot 'em up game. So basically, it's all just cope. Oh yeah, or we go back to play retro games, or spending our money instead. Like I didn't buy a Switch 2 this year, and I'm gonna spend that money on a retro emulation device sometime next year. So again, it's just fucking cope. They want to blame everything but themselves, and they don't want to like face the mirror and say, hey, maybe it's our fault. Maybe we're making bad products. Again, it goes back to how much of your vision are you willing to sacrifice if you have to make ends meet? And it doesn't seem like they're willing to do that. And they're just losing more and more money. More and more of them are losing their jobs and all that. So that's basically what this video is about. I might bring this up again next year because it's kind of a big issue, but we'll see what happens. This thing was like relatively silly. It's kind of going into the whole AI thing. Also, one person that was fired recently on Square Enix firing ways was a person that had the function of organizing bridge stuff, type stuff. Yes, I heard about that. We talked about that last week, I believe, or maybe the week prior. But yes, it seems like a lot of the people getting fired from Square Enix are specifically Westerners who are, like you said, they're primarily doing things like bridge, DEI, and similar functions or localizations for Western countries. Basically, the people who are usually the ones to blame for all of this. So it is kind of good that they're the ones who seem to be getting shafted. Who are on the priority list for who to let go. So hopefully, I don't want to just say we're back. Square Enix is back to normal now, like they were back in like, I don't know, the PlayStation 2 era. But hopefully, these are good signs. So hopefully we'll get there, and hopefully Yoko Taro will make the next Gunner game. Hey, Yoko Taro has it in him. He could make the fourth baddie of the apocalypse if he wanted to. I think he could do it. Like he did 2B. He loves Eve. I think he has it in him to make a fourth girl, the fourth baddie. Come on, Yoko, you can do it. We know you can. Anyway, this is quickly. There was like a thing with Tim Sweeney. If you don't know Tim Sweeney, he's like he's the CEO of Epic. I fucking hate Epic. I hate Fortnite. I hate the Epic Game Store, and you should too. Here's reason 4,558. Agreed. They're talking about how Steam and all digital marketplace need to drop the made with AI label. It doesn't matter anymore. Bullshit. It matters very, very much that we have this. And he responded to this. Agree the AI tag is relevant to our acceptance for authorship discourse into digital content licensing marketplace, blah, 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 blah. It makes no sense for game stores where AI will be involved in nearly all future productions. 100% disagree. Or it could be Miyazaki. It could be Miyazaki. Maybe. Well, to be fair, like, Soulsborne games are usually pretty grounded. Like, there are popular female characters in Soulsborne games, but they're never, like, explicitly sexual, you know? The closest thing I can think of is Melika, I think her name was. The butterfly lady who was, like, the hardest boss fight for a long time. But they weren't explicitly sexual. The same applies to, yeah, the doll, the Emerald Herald, but like I said, they're pretty. They're definitely waifu material, but they're not explicitly designed to be sexual. You know, they're not in bodysuits or wearing leotards with, like, you know, their ass sticking out and shit like that. Don't get me wrong, these are all great characters. Like you're talking about the Plain Doll, Emerald Herald, the Firekeeper, Ronnie. Ronnie's my personal favorite. I love Ronnie. But they're not quote unquote gooner bait, you know, that kind of thing. So you heard my qualifications for to join the baddies of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, I don't think any of these characters fit that. Amazing chest ahead, host with both hands. I mean, yeah, you're right. He did make oh fuck, what was her name? I know you're talking about the Sun Princess. Guinevere. Yeah, he did make Guinevere. But to be fair, Dark Souls came out well over a decade ago, 2011. And ever since we haven't gotten any character like Guinevere since. Let's be fair. Yeah. That was 10 years. That was well over 10 years ago. I think it's like close to 15 years now, a decade and a half. She's also not playable, and yeah, she's just not. We are old. I know we are old. We're very, very old. But yeah, that was well over a decade ago, and she's not playable. And we haven't had a character quite like her since. Ever since Guinevere, can you think of any character after her that kind of had like her tits out or anything like that? Again, the only one I can kind of think of is Minerva. But even her, she was kind of sexed down a bit. Wait, hold on. Elden. Melissa? No. Oh shit. Oh, where is she? Bikini girl from... Oh, Quiet. Yeah. Quiet kind of fits. Though she wasn't playable, that's the thing. Millennia, that's the one I was thinking of. Millennia's the only one I can kind of think of, but even she doesn't really fit. Because, like, yeah, she's kind of naked, but she has, like, the flattest chest ever. I don't know. If you told me this was a guy, I'd probably believe you. She's not designed to be like traditionally feminine, which is kind of what Bayonetta, you know, 2B and Eve are kind of going for. Like they're very clearly very feminine, whereas this is like, yeah, it kind of barely fits, you know. It's born from self-just. That too. I don't know. This just feels like safe horny. That's another term we kind of have to get into eventually. So, I mean, I'm not gonna say she isn't hot. Like, I find her attractive, but at the same time, this is not the same. It's not quite the same. Like, how many people did you see get upset over this? Not many, if at all. In fact, I think a lot of the people who like the bear sex also like this, because this is like a different type of sexual. It's not the same. Also, again, not playable. So again, I don't think she could qualify for the baddies. Quiet kind of fits because she is playable, but she's not the main character, so I'm not sure. Anyway, quickly just over this, Tim Sweeney, you said this stupid comment. No, this doesn't apply because first of all, yes, AI is becoming more prevalent in-game. That doesn't mean it should be replacing. It should be used as a tool, not a replacement for work, because that's basically what he's arguing for. To be able to use AI to, like, essentially do the work for them while still charging you full price and treating the game as something that you have to pay as, like, treating it as if it's like a work of art. No. They basically want to like mass produce games. They just want to make it easier for them to like charge you more and for less, essentially. And what was also like really stupid, and like you're entitled to be able to know what you're paying for. All these lines are really good. I remember this one. I actually commented on one of this. This one. I just hate to see Valve confiscate even ever more opportunity from small developers. If it's this, like, hey, first of all, you don't give a fuck about small developers. You care about yourself and your bottom line. You want your money. This is like directed to Tim, by the way. New categories, cancel campaigns, and review bombing. Cancel campaigns and review bombing are a justifiable good because it's the consumer telling you, you fucked up, we do not like what you're selling me, I will not buy it, and you need to know about that. Review bombing is good. It is a moral good, period. Steam used to just facilitate downloads, then they focus on payments, and blah blah blah, crypto, now yeah. Well, here's the thing, Tim. Steam is a successful storefront, you know, something that you were never able to create. Epic Game Store still sucks ass. Potentially has spyware in it, and plus a myriad of other issues. And on top, but here's what Steam does, especially that you do not. They empower the consumer, and they tell them what they are buying. Again, this is like the third time we're bringing it up, but I'm gonna bring it up again. You are not entitled to my money. You're not entitled to anybody's money. If you have a product, you sell it to me. You make me want to buy it. And if for whatever reason, something is wrong with this product that I do not agree with, I am entitled to say no. And that includes whether or not AI was involved in the product. It's the same thing whenever you go out and you buy food. Is it GMO free? Is it naturally grown? Was it how much preservatives does it have? These are things that could determine whether or not I want to pay for this product. I need that information. And the same applies to everything, whether like your car, is there asbestos in the engine? To clothes, where they made in a sweatshop. Why is this standard applied to literally everything else, but you want to draw the line at video games? You want to have the privilege, the special kitty gloved hands, so you can just pretend that so that you can just like have what you're doing hand waved and ignored. It's because you know that people are going to say no to your product, and that scares you. A informed consumer is the most terrifying to you, Tim. Cope and Seed. And I think I said something like that. I even replied to him directly on Twitter because it got me that angry. I probably did it more eloquently in my my word reply. But God, the fucking entitlement of this, like, how old is this guy? Like 40 something? Jesus fucking Christ. It's fucking insane. I think I kind of talked about this earlier, how when it's like video games, food, heck, your fucking vacuum cleaner. If there's a problem, you're allowed to talk about it and say, hey, there's an issue here. I want a refund. I want to go onto the internet and complain about it and yada, yada, yada. But when gamers talk about what's wrong with our products, with the things that we're putting our money into, we're the entitled ones. We've developed this artificial reputation of being like the most entitled and unpleasable market of people, which is just plainly not true. Since the 80s, people were making amazing video games that people love and enjoy, and still love and enjoy to this day. It's just that now you're actively making shitty ones, and you're mad that we're calling it out. It's just artificially made controversy, and it's being pushed by like the game journalists. Thankfully, we're pushing back against it, but it's so fucking fake. Like, we're not allowed to talk about it, and if we talk about it again, you're called an isophobe or whatever, or entitled, which is just insane to me. Like, you should be allowed to like call out what you don't like, and it's just frustrating that like just saying I don't want that. So again, as benign as just saying no, and I'm the entitled little bitch. He's so old that he's old enough to be him. That's grandchild. What the fuck? Shut up. I'm not that old. Not yet. I mean, 120 maybe. Fuck. If they don't want to hear complaints about their games and make better games, yeah, it's literally as simple as that. But they're just, it's gone from they want to like make bad games to they want to not even make the games themselves at this point. They just want the AI to do it for them. They want the future where they can just run a script and let it do it for them, and then charge you 70, no, not even 80, oh no, not even 90, oh not even $100 for it. It keeps getting worse. Charge you more for less. It's just insane. And again, it's the fucking backwardness of like, you can't even complain about it, because then you're gonna get labeled something. Well, I decided I don't care anymore, and you can call me whatever I want. Anyway, fucking moron. Whatever, we got over that. This is too complicated. I don't want to go into this right now. We'll talk about it later. With the Alyssa Mercante was like drawing. We haven't really talked about this bitch. You probably know about her. Let's be honest. She's like the modern day Lisa. What the hell was her last name? Sarkeesian. Yeah, she's like the modern day Lisa Sarkeesian. Carry on her legacy, so to speak. Kind of doing worse at it, because apparently she's a waitress, but also she got hired on back as a freelancer for Kotaku, so she wasn't really fired. But she's suing a guy, specifically Smash JT, for being fired and ruining her reputation. Excuse me. But apparently it wasn't ruined that badly, because now she's working for them again. Because that's what this thing's about. An article she wrote detailing, yeah, she wrote this article, right? Her name's right there. This was published like 5 days ago. So like less than a week ago. Apparently she's doing just fine. So yeah, probably the biggest professional victim out there right now. You know her, you love her, we all know about her. Less spending money on less product. That's what they want from you. I don't remember many complaining about Claire Skidden, because it was a good game. It's kind of weird how that happens, right? You make a good product and people actually don't say bad things about it. or even like crazier, they might say good things about it or recommend it to their friends, and then you see your sales go up and you make money. It's weird how that works, right? Like you make something good, and then people will pay you for it. It's weird. Like God, I wish I'd known about this sooner. Anyway, whatever. She's a bitch. Whatever. She was like drawing damage control for Ghost of Yote, which has its own issues. This will require like a kind of like a history lesson if we're gonna go into it, but we're not gonna do that right now. Whatever. Alyssa was being a bitch. Nothing unusual. I don't know anything about this. Apparently somebody was calling shit on Saba, which that's actually Gura. That's the new one. Gura's new model, or her new persona. Her art is sickening. Does he drop? We might go over this later, but my hypothesis, my theory is that it has something to do with lolis or Shota. Because I don't know, she gives me off like Shota Con / Loli Con vibes, and that's what this person's complaining about. And then they got really mad at her for it, and then it it backfired in her own face, which I imagine was hilarious. I'll say something bad about Obscura. It's too French. You know, some things cannot be forgiven, but you kind of have to ignore it if the game is good. but you know that knocks it down from like a 10 to like a 9.5 at least. You know, something like that. It's getting late, so we gotta head out and shower soon. All right, Miami, you gotta head out. No worries. We're gonna stop soon-ish too. Let me restart this thing just real quick. Anyway, I haven't watched this. I'm guessing it has something to do with Shotas or Lolis. And I imagine it's gonna be hilarious. But we don't have time for this, like 10 minutes. I'll be talking about it for like another hour or so. Whatever. Alright, have a good night, Miami. Senzawa, third alter ego, basically. Senzawa, third alter ego. I have no idea what that's a reference to. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, I wanna like get like the quick little TLDR. Oh, she's just mad that she's a loli. This is literally, we've already, it's always the same fucking thing. Oh my god, where is it? It's literally just loli shit again. They're mad at her because she's a loli. And that she has art that is of a loli getting dick down. Oh my god, it's always a fucking thing. Funny cat, say paper boat. Oh my god, it's always the same fucking thing. Listen. People are gonna be below height of consent. It's just more of the same. People are mad. Oh my god. She kind of looks like a loli too, but I bet she says, "Don't draw me lewd," or I'll get mad, or something like that. Why would I lie about my height to pedal bait? I literally had no control over the fact I stopped growing at 12. What the fuck? Oh, to pedal bait. Yeah, you guys know all this. People who like get really angry over loli are just insane, and they need help, and they really should care about actual children instead of like, I think Gura or her voice actor or whatever, I think she's like in her, if she's not already in her 30s, she's getting close to it. I don't think you should be worrying about a woman that's like pushing 30 and how her design is cute and tiny and probably has like lewd art of it. It's so stupid I have to like explain that. It's just a fucking cartoon on the screen. It's pixels. Probably calls herself a chibi. Yeah, like this chick probably calls herself she's a chibi. Yeah, you're right. She's like, look at her. She's like thirsting over naked Bowser, and she thinks she's being normal. Is this a real person? The actual artist? No, it's someone else. But yeah, like there are real women who are this fucking short. I mean, like look at, let's get like the full picture, or kind of try to get to it. Yeah, like this guy has to like kneel down to be at face height with her. Like there are women who are actually that height. It's just reality. But apparently they're pedal bait. I hate to sound like a broken record, but generally it never ends. I'm 23 years old and people will ask why I'm dressing like a kid as if I'm not complexing. I don't know. Are small people not allowed to cosplay? I'm just tired. Like, yeah, it's so... I feel really bad for the women out there who are like in their 20s and 30s and are being referred to as children by these fucking Karens online who think they're actually like saving people. A 20-year-old tried hitting on me. What? Like if you actually are like, you know, a teenager or whatever, then yeah, that's not okay. But I kind of feel like what happened here is that this person is actually much older than 20 and was surprised that someone so much younger than her hit on her. gotta kind of. Yeah, she's 25. So why is she upset that a 20-year-old hit on her? So infantilized. Oh, she's kind of been infantilized to the point that she thinks that she's too young for a 20-year-old when that's actually 5 years older than her. I hope that's not the case. Holy shit. Oh my god, this guy is actually arguing that a 20-year-old getting with a 25-year-old is pedophilia. Oh my god, it's literally that. It's that post again. It's the post again. 21-year-old children. 21-year-old is literally a child, guys. A 20-year-old is not a human child. Nor a pre-progressing human being. A pedophile is a person attracted to pre-progressive human beings. It's so asinine. You have to explain this to these people. This person unironically believes this. Or maybe they're a troll. I kind of want to believe they're a troll because... But how can you believe this? Oh my god. So Gura started as Senzawa, which means Saba in Senzawa's third persona. Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah, I remember Senzawa. Actually, like, I remember her furry rap, which I need to do someday. I keep saying it, but I will do the furry rap someday. Right. Nose is your boji woji. Whatever. I can't remember the exact lines, but I need to do it someday because I like rapping, and that's like the most cursed rap ever. I gotta do it someday. 5-year-old difference is too much. It's too much. You can't handle it. She's literally a pedophile if she got with that 20-year-old guy. This is so... I can't believe we're at this point. If I were to date this person, not that one, this one, I'd probably get... There would be idiots on the internet saying that I'm a pedo because we would have like, I don't know, like a 5-year difference or something like that. And like I said, I'm pretty darn certain. Like, I don't know her actual age, but I'm pretty sure Senzawa, Gura, whatever her current name is, Saba, I'm pretty, like, I'm willing to actually bet money that she's pushing 30. But people are going to say that she's literally a child just because her character is a loli and all that nonsense. Like, oh my god, where are we? Why is this still happening? Why? It's shit like this where I'm like, I'm more willing to like potentially acknowledge being a lolicon because it just makes these people angry, and that's kind of funny. It's so fucking stupid. I don't fucking know. Whatever. We kind of got the gist of what happened. I'm guessing this person, where's the stupid dog girl? Why is it a dog girl? What a disgrace to dog people. Probably got wrecked over this. Yeah, I don't think she survived it after all this. Please need to do that cover. I will someday. I need to do covers in general. There's like several songs. I have a list actually of covers I want to do, but I need to get like, I don't know, professional help. Somebody who can help with the mixing and things like that. Wait, what? Smash. Just because I like loli. Look. Just because I like Luarkai doesn't mean I'm a lolicon. Just because I would absolutely destroy this cunny does not mean I'm a lolicon. What are you guys talking about? Look. Just because Saba can get some of this doesn't mean anything. Anyway. Well, yeah, that's the basic gist of it. We didn't even have to watch the video. We just kind of got the gist of it just by looking at the tweets. But that was interesting. Anyway. I'll turn this off. We can listen to that. Alright, that was something. Also, I always say, like, I'm only gonna do 2 hours. Okay, I'll do 3 hours. And okay, no, we'll do 4 hours. And then we inevitably get to, like, the 5-hour mark. We're, like, 3 minutes away from 5 hours. Yay. This always happens. I can't shut up. I think that's, like, the ultimate conclusion we can come to. Actually, when I was, like, getting ready for this stream, I was like, oh, I'm tired. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to go that long. It's fine. Like, I hope they understand that I can only do like an hour or two, you know, something like that. And then this happens. I always do 5 hours on the weekly debrief. I can't do any less. I don't know why. What's wrong with me? Double that number. No. Might as well go 8 hours. No, I gotta do stuff tomorrow. I need to wake up relatively early, before noon at least. I could do 12 hours or 8 hours. God damn it. I could do it, but I shouldn't. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't do it. But I had fun. Thank you guys. I'm actually, I think I've said it already, but I'm really happy that the weekly debrief has been like kind of really successful actually. Has someone with a year age difference tell me I was too old. God damn it, that is my first, no, not first girl. My last girlfriend was like 3 years older than me, and I thought a 5-year age difference told me that I was too old. Oh my god, that's so stupid. Like, there's people who are like 10 years apart and they're fine. They're like 40-year-old with like a 50-year-old and things like that. Like, they're fucking fine. God. Once you're 18, it's nobody's goddamn business who you're dating, as long as they're also 18 plus. It's just so asinine that's like a thing. Like, is there a line or is there not? Is 18 the line? Are you an adult at 18 or are you not? I don't. It's just so dumb. Like, if you can vote, if you can drive, if you can die for your country, I think you can date whoever the fuck you want. I don't know why it's still a debate. It's asinine and tiring, I guess is the best way to put it. I don't know. Anyway, I was gonna say that I dated a girl that was like 3 years older than me, and like that was fine. But apparently, if I would date someone who's like about 5 years older or younger than me, I think it'd be fine. That'd probably be my limit, simply because I don't want to go too far. But that's just me personally. However, if I somehow met like someone who was like 18, I guess, and we just really hit it off, then I mean, whatever. You don't know what's gonna happen. You might meet the love of your life any day now. You just don't realize how old they are. I mean, obviously they have to be at least 18, but at the same time, like, it's none of your business. It's nobody else's business. If you care about each other, if you're both adults, if you're both consenting adults, just have at it. Have fun with it. Yeah. Anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, the weekly debrief. I was actually, I think a few years back, like a month or two ago, when I was thinking about this, I was actually kind of concerned like it wouldn't really be all that popular, but I'm glad you guys have been sticking with me and like really been into it. I enjoy it. I enjoy talking about these topics. I told you about the whole the woke thing and like why it matters and why we should be calling it out, yada yada yada. So I think it's important, and also it's just fun. I know I'm scatterbrained. I'm barely organized. I need to get better at finding like slots in the videos and things like that. But I either way, despite like how messy this is, I'm glad that you guys are here with me and seem to be enjoying yourself, because I am. I definitely am. Fun shit, talking goofy stuff. Exactly. Like, it's just part of the fun, right? Just getting to like, you know, shoot the shit and just have a good time, just laughing at like just a video, and you know, technically doing a good service at the same time. Service, quote unquote. I'm just like a guy on the internet talking, yelling into my microphone. But it's good fun. Anyway, that's it. That's the end of the week. We made it through another one. Congratulations. But yeah, tomorrow, Sunday, I take Sunday off, but they're not really off. I have to get some stuff ready. Hopefully the stream will be a little more organized by Monday. I should have the schedule out by Sunday evening. Oh my goodness, welcome into Dark. Oh, that's a really sick name. Welcome. Your complimentary best movie of all time. Mean Girls on DVD is waiting for you in the barracks. I hope you enjoy. Welcome. Thank you for joining the army. But yes, no stream tomorrow, Sunday, but I will have the schedule out by Sunday. Oh, sorry, Darkness. You did catch me at the very end of the stream, but hopefully you'll be here for next time. We got quite a few followers today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 followers. Or is it 5? 5. Yeah, we got 5 new people today. That's actually pretty good. Damn. Like I said, we're growing slowly but surely, and hopefully I'll be up there with Mizu and Lum Lum and all the cool people. Someday I'll be able to stand beside them proudly and all that. But yeah, someday. But yeah, schedule will be up by tomorrow. Expect we're probably gonna be continuing Persona. Well, obviously we're gonna be continuing Persona. I think because we finished Stellar Blade this week, I think next week we're gonna start dedicating those free days to art. It's gonna go crazy, and we're gonna just do art streams like twice a week and see how that goes. I need to learn how to use this tablet. It's kind of just been in this box for the most part ever since I got it. I need to practice on it. I need to learn. So we're gonna do it trial by fire. I'm just gonna force myself to get good. And like I said, we're just kind of waiting until Sky Oblivion comes out. Unless we get an announcement that's like months away. It depends. I think I already said it, but like if they decide like, okay, we have to give ourselves like 3 more months, then we'll pick another game. But until we get that announcement, we'll probably stick with art and Persona, because we're not gonna finish Persona anytime soon, let's be honest. Just looking at like your debrief session, so I follow so I can join another time. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. Again, I'm glad that so many people seem to like the commentary about like all the nonsense that I find over the week. We're never gonna run out. We're always gonna have something silly to talk about. Bunny is an artist. I'm an artist. With an asterisk next to artist. I'm trying. I've been sketching for like over a year now, or about a year. About a year, something like that. But I need to learn how to do digital art, so I need to get good, basically. I already know what we're gonna try to draw. It's not gonna be good, but we're gonna try. Probably Monday or Tuesday. We'll see what happens. But yeah, well, let's see how it goes. Don't laugh too hard. The last art stream was kind of get good in the way. Yeah, you just gotta force yourself. Just put your head down, get good. You'll learn eventually. Anyway, yeah, that's basically it. Schedule out Sunday. I'm trying to remember. Am I forgetting something? I'm always forgetting something. If I can't remember, it probably wasn't that important, right? Anyway, thank you so much, troopers, for showing me a good time like you always do. Always appreciate it. Need to spam my silly emotes for a second. Well, go ahead, do it. Do all the sillies. That reminds me, I need to get more. Damn it, you guys keep distracting me. I have to end the stream. Anyway, thank you for showing me a good time like you always do, troopers. Stay happy, stay healthy. That's an order. And I'll see you all again really soon, alright? Later. Alright, have a good night, guys. Bye-bye.